Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I grew up near the desert, close enough that the barren landscape felt familiar to me from childhood. I'd spent plenty of days wandering the outskirts, but strangely enough, I'd never actually camped there. The desert always seemed too wild, too mysterious an endless space that could swallow someone whole. But eventually, curiosity outweighed caution, and a few years back, I agreed to go camping with some friends. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, Jacob, and Sarah. We'd grown up together, so camping trips weren't unusual, but this one felt different from the start. We picked a remote spot, miles from any marked trail, hidden between jagged rock formations and sparse shrubs. It was the kind of place where, if you weren't careful, you could lose your bearings quickly. The first thing I noticed as we set up our tents and gathered wood was how incredibly silent everything was. The usual background sounds of birds, insects, or even the wind rustling through the dry grass were completely absent. It felt as if we'd walked into a vacuum. Every sound we made seemed louder in contrast, amplified by the stillness around us. "This place feels weird," Sarah said quietly, glancing around as we sat by our small campfire later that evening. She rubbed her arms as if fighting off a chill, even though the desert air was still warm. "You're just creeped out because it's so quiet," Tyler laughed, nudging her gently. "It's peaceful. Enjoy it." I didn't say anything, but I agreed with Sarah. Something felt off. I'd spent plenty of nights outside, but never in such complete silence. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was just nerves or imagination. As night fell, we settled into our tents. I lay awake, staring at the thin fabric ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows beyond the firelight. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke suddenly sometime later, disoriented and unsure why. I lay still, listening carefully. Outside, the fire had burned low, casting faint, flickering shadows against my tent. Everything remained quiet, but something felt wrong. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken right next to my ear, I heard my name whispered softly from outside the tent. My heart skipped, and adrenaline surged through me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Maybe it was just one of my friends playing a prank. But the voice didn't sound like any of them. It was deeper, rougher, not entirely human. I strained to listen, hoping I'd imagined it. Then it whispered my name again, clearer this time and closer. "Come out," it urged gently, almost sweetly. "Come see." I stayed frozen, fear pinning me in place. This wasn't Tyler's playful voice or Jacob's familiar tone. It was something else, something wrong, trying to lure me outside. I thought about calling out to my friends, but my voice wouldn't cooperate. Fear had silenced me completely. Then I heard footsteps approaching, heavy, deliberate, crunching slowly across the dirt. With each step, the breathing grew louder, raspier, like something struggling to imitate human breath. It stopped directly outside my tent. Silence again, painful, terrifying silence. A slow scratching sound started, claws gently tracing across the thin fabric of the tent, barely enough pressure to be heard clearly. My body tightened in panic. I could feel the presence just inches away, separated only by fragile nylon. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there, rigid, staring into the dark, listening. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced by the soft, heavy footsteps moving away again, back into the darkness beyond the camp. But I knew it wasn't truly gone. It lingered, watching, waiting. When morning finally broke, bright sunlight flooded the campsite, driving away the shadows and making last night's events feel almost unreal. But one look at Sarah's pale face told me she'd heard something too. "You heard it, didn't you?" she whispered, pulling me aside from the others. Her voice trembled. "Yeah," I admitted quietly. "Someone whispering, footsteps, scratching my tent." Her eyes widened in fear. "Me too. I thought it was just me being paranoid." We didn't tell Tyler and Jacob, knowing they'd laugh it off as imagination or fear. Instead, we hurriedly packed up camp, not bothering to make breakfast or linger longer than necessary. None of us spoke much on the hike back to the car, each of us lost in our own uneasy thoughts. Days passed, then weeks, and I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all some strange dream born of too many stories and late-night conversations around campfires. Life slowly returned to normal, though I avoided the desert after dark, never quite feeling comfortable out there again. But one evening, after finishing a late shift at work, I returned home to find something that brought it all rushing back. Approaching my front door, I noticed footprints pressed firmly into the dirt near my porch, too large, strangely shaped, and clearly not human. The tracks were impossibly wide, the toes elongated and claw-like. I stared at them, fear coiling in my stomach. Glancing around nervously, I noticed more prints scattered across my yard, circling the house as if someone or something had been pacing outside, peering into windows, observing my home carefully. My mind flashed back to that night in the desert, to the whispering voice and the scratching claws. The realization hit me like ice-cold water. Whatever had stalked us at our campsite had followed me home. I quickly stepped inside, locking every door and window tightly. Alone in my living room, curtains drawn, I sat anxiously, listening to every sound, every creak, wondering if I'd hear that voice again, calling softly from outside, asking me to step into the dark. That night, sleep didn't come easier at all. Instead, I lay awake, wondering exactly what I'd encountered in the desert, and worse, what I'd unknowingly brought back with me. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal, it was something older, darker, something the desert had hidden deep within itself until I'd foolishly crossed its path. Now, I knew it was watching, waiting for me to step outside and answer its call again. For days after discovering the footprints outside my house, I couldn't focus on anything else. I checked around the property every morning, nervously scanning the dirt for fresh tracks. Sometimes I thought I saw movement from the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a bush or quickly ducking out of sight, but whenever I turned to look directly, nothing was there. The whole thing had started to feel like paranoia, but I knew better. Whatever had found me in the desert was real, and it had followed me home. Eventually, I told my friend Sarah about the footprints. She was the only one who'd understood how disturbing that night in the desert had truly been. "You have to show me," she insisted. "Maybe it's an animal or something explainable." "I wish," I replied quietly, "but these aren't animal tracks. Not any I've ever seen." She came over later that afternoon, following me around the side of the house to where I'd last seen the prints. They'd faded slightly, worn down by wind and weather, but their size and shape were still clear enough. Sarah knelt beside one of them, running her finger lightly along the edge of the impression. "You're right," she whispered uneasily, glancing up at me. "These aren't normal." I nodded grimly, feeling strangely validated but no less scared. Whatever made these tracks came from out there, from the desert that night. I think it's been following me. Sarah stood up slowly, brushing dirt off her hands, eyes wary. "I read something online," she admitted hesitantly. "About creatures out in the desert, skinwalkers. People say they mimic voices, lure you away. They stalk, watch, follow people home." A chill shot down my spine. I'd heard stories growing up, legends whispered among locals, but I'd never truly believed any of it, until now. "You think that's what's doing this?" I asked softly, voice tight with anxiety. She hesitated, unsure. "Maybe. All the signs fit. Whispering your name, the strange voice, footprints. It all matches the stories. If it is, you're not safe." "So, what do we do?" I asked nervously, hoping she'd have an answer. She sighed, looking toward the distant horizon where desert sands stretched endlessly outward. "I don't know. Some people say to confront it directly. Others warn never to go near it, to leave offerings or prayers for protection." Neither option felt reassuring, but confronting whatever had followed me seemed impossible. What would I even say? How do you face something that might not even be human? After Sarah left, I spent the evening researching everything I could find online about skinwalkers and local legends. Stories ranged widely: shadowy figures standing at the edges of campsites, mysterious whispers at night, creatures able to mimic voices of loved ones or animals, attempting to lure people into the dark. Most frightening was the repeated warning: once they notice you, they rarely leave you alone. That night, I slept with all the lights on, curtains tightly closed. Every sound outside made me jump, branches tapping the windows, wind brushing softly against the house. Eventually, exhausted from tension and fear, I slipped into uneasy dreams. I woke abruptly hours later, heart racing. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me awake. Then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound at the front door. I lay still, breathing shallowly, listening closely. The scratching continued softly, deliberate and rhythmic. It was the same sound I'd heard against my tent that night in the desert. Slowly, quietly, I got out of bed, moving toward the front door. My pulse thundered in my ears. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness outside. The porch light had gone out, leaving shadows pooled against the entryway. The scratching paused suddenly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. Then a whisper came through the doorlow, raspy, barely audible. "Let me in." My knees nearly buckled. The voice wasn't human. It sounded strained, wrong, like something struggling to imitate human speech. "I know you're awake," it continued gently, almost sweetly, the voice shifting now, becoming more familiar. "Please open the door. It's cold outside." My heart nearly stopped. The voice now was Sarah's, perfect down to the slight tremble when she felt uneasy. But Sarah wasn't here. She couldn't be. This wasn't her. "Please," the voice pleaded softly, heartbreakingly real. "I'm scared." "Go away," I whispered harshly, forcing myself to speak. "You're not her." Silence again. Then, laughter deep, guttural laughter that rattled through my bones. "Come outside," it growled suddenly, dropping any pretense of humanity. "Come and see." I stumbled backward, locking the door again even though I knew it was already secured. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone, desperate to call someone, but my hands shook so badly I struggled to dial a number. Finally, Sarah picked up, groggy and confused. "It's outside," I said breathlessly, my voice cracking. "It's pretending to be you. It wants me to open the door." "I'm coming," she replied instantly, her voice alert. "Don't move. Don't answer it. Don't even look outside." She hung up, and I sat alone in my living room, shivering despite the warm house, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes dragged by slowly, painfully. The scratching had stopped, but I knew it hadn't left. I could sense its presence, patiently waiting just beyond my door. Finally, headlights illuminated the room. Sarah was here. Relief washed over me, but quickly faded as I realized she'd have to cross the yard, passing whatever was out there. I rushed to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain just enough to see her stepping from her car, scanning nervously around the darkened property. Then, in the dim porch light, I saw a dishadowed figure standing at the corner of the house, half hidden by darkness. It watched Sarah intently, posture stiff and unnatural. She moved quickly toward the front door, oblivious to the thing standing just feet away. I flung the door open, grabbing her arm and pulling her inside. She turned quickly, confused. "What's wrong?" she asked urgently. "It was right there," I said, pointing desperately toward the spot where the figure had stood moments before. Now it was empty. Nothing but shadows remained. Sarah stared quietly into the darkness for a long moment, then closed the door carefully, locking it tightly. She turned to me, eyes wide and fearful. "You're right," she whispered. "We need help." Standing together in my small, brightly lit living room, we knew this wasn't just superstition or imagination. Something ancient and dangerous had found me, and now it knew exactly where I lived. Sarah and I spent that entire night awake, pacing restlessly through the living room, occasionally peering out the window into the darkness outside. Every time we looked, the yard was empty, quiet, still. It was almost as though the previous events had never happened, except we both knew better. It had all been very real, and something was still out there, watching. As dawn finally broke, spilling soft morning light through the curtains, our nerves eased just a bit. Daylight always had a comforting way of chasing away fears, even if only temporarily. We brewed coffee, sitting silently at the kitchen table, neither of us knowing exactly what to say. "What should we do?" I finally asked, breaking the heavy silence. "We can't keep living like this, afraid to step outside, afraid to sleep." Sarah hesitated, swirling her coffee thoughtfully. "Maybe we need to talk to someone who understands the desert better than we do," she finally suggested. "Someone who knows the history and legends. At the very least, they might give us advice on how to protect ourselves." I nodded. It made sense. Growing up nearby, we'd both heard enough stories to know that people often turned to respected elders or spiritual leaders whenever something strange occurred. We hadn't been particularly superstitious ourselves, but given recent events, neither of us dismissed the idea now. Sarah made a few phone calls, eventually finding someone, a respected Navajo elder named Thomas, who lived just outside of town. He'd grown up in this desert, spending his life teaching others about the land, its history, and its stories. After hearing a brief explanation, Thomas agreed to meet us later that day. The drive to Thomas's house was quiet, filled with anxious uncertainty. We eventually arrived at a modest home, set against the backdrop of vast desert and distant mountains. Thomas greeted us warmly at the door, tall man with gray hair and deep lines etched by years spent beneath harsh sunlight. He invited us inside, sitting calmly across from us at his small kitchen table. "Tell me exactly what happened," he said gently, eyes kind yet serious. We recounted the events carefully, sparing no detail: the whispering voice, the scratching, the footprints, and the figure outside my home. Thomas listened quietly, never interrupting, nodding thoughtfully as we spoke. When we finished, he took a slow breath, looking carefully between us. "I've heard similar stories," he began calmly. "The desert hides many things. Our people have long known there are places here where the line between the world we see and the one we don't is very thin. Sometimes things cross that line, things we can't easily understand." "You mean skinwalkers?" Sarah asked nervously, her voice quiet. Thomas paused, carefully choosing his words. "That's a name often used, yes, but it's complicated. The word is sometimes used too loosely by those who don't fully understand. But whatever you encountered sounds very real, and it clearly noticed you." I felt a chill move through me at his words. "What can we do?" I asked, trying to control my nerves. Thomas looked directly at me, his expression calm and reassuring. "First, you must respect the fact that it exists. Don't dismiss it as imagination. But don't give it power over you either. These things feed on fear, on uncertainty. You must reclaim your space, make it clear you're aware, but refuse to let it control your life." Sarah glanced nervously at me, clearly uncertain. "But how?" she asked quietly. Thomas stood slowly, motioning for us to follow him outside. Behind his home, he walked us to a small fire pit, carefully built and neatly maintained. "When you're back home tonight, light a fire outside, one that's visible, one you watch carefully. Sit together, stay calm, speak clearly. Tell it firmly that you're aware it's there, but it's not welcome. Do not speak in fear or anger, simply in strength." He picked up a small pouch from nearby, placing it gently in my hand. "Burn this sage while you speak. Let the smoke cleanse your space, your mind, and your spirit. Our ancestors have done this for generations. It helps." We thanked Thomas, leaving his home feeling hopeful yet anxious. Neither of us fully understood what we were dealing with, but at least we now had guidance, something tangible to do besides just being afraid. That evening we returned to my house, preparing carefully. We built a small fire in the backyard, following Thomas's instructions exactly. As darkness fell around us, the flames flickered warmly, the smell of burning sage drifting gently upward, calming our nerves slightly. We sat quietly for a long time, the fire crackling softly. Eventually, gathering my courage, I spoke aloud, clearly and steadily, addressing whatever presence might still be nearby. "I know you're here," I said calmly, firmly. "You've made yourself known, and we've noticed. But this is my homey life, and you're not welcome here anymore. I'm asking you to leave us alone." Sarah spoke next, her voice steady despite the fear we'd both felt. "We respect that you exist. We respect that this land has history we might not understand fully, but we ask that you respect us too. Please leave us alone now." We sat quietly afterward, listening closely to the silence around us. At first, nothing changed, but after several moments, we both felt something subtly shift. The air grew lighter, warmer somehow, as if a pressure had lifted. The rest of the night passed quietly without incident. We eventually moved back inside, still cautious but feeling safer than we had in days. In the days and weeks that followed, nothing strange happened. No more footprints appeared in the yard, no strange voices whispered outside the windows, and gradually, we both began to relax. Life slowly returned to normal, though we remained cautious, always aware that there was more to the desert than we could ever fully understand. Months later, I went back to see Thomas again. He smiled warmly as he greeted me at the door, asking how things had been. "It's better," I admitted honestly. "We haven't seen or heard anything else since we did what you said." Thomas nodded gently, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Good. These things are powerful, but so is the strength of your spirit. You learned something important, something our people have known for generations. Respect the land, respect what lives in it, but don't give your fear power over your life." I left his home that day feeling stronger, wiser, and far more respectful of the desert I'd always called home. I knew I'd never understand everything that lived beneath the stars out there, but I no longer feared it, not completely. Sarah and I continued camping over the years, always careful, always respectful. Occasionally, we'd think back to those nights when something we couldn't fully explain had come into our lives. We shared the story only with those who understood and respected it, always careful not to treat it lightly. And though I never forgot those strange events, I knew I'd gained something valuable, the ability to face what frightened me and reclaim my space, my home, and my life. The desert was no longer a place of fear. It had become a place of careful respect, quiet strength, and peaceful understanding. I've lived in the same neighborhood since I was a kid, and as long as I can remember, people talked about the old abandoned house at the end of Maple Street. The place always seemed out of place, dark, uninviting, surrounded by an overgrown lawn and covered in peeling paint. You could barely see it through the trees, but it was always there, just lurking at the edge of our otherwise pleasant community. Growing up, I heard all the stories kids tell each other about houses like that. They said it was haunted, of course. They claimed that late at night, especially around Halloween, you could hear children laughing and playing inside, even though no one had lived there for decades. I always dismissed those tales, convinced they were just stories told to scare little kids or give teenagers an excuse to explore. But one Halloween night when I was 18, I finally decided to find out for myself. It wasn't my idea at first. It started as a dare from my friend Luke, who always liked to push the limits. "You're always saying the house isn't haunted," Luke said with a teasing grin, leaning against the hood of my car. "If you're so sure, prove it. We'll all go." Standing next to Luke were my other friends, Emma and Brandon. They both smiled nervously, clearly excited but slightly hesitant. "Come on," Emma said quietly, trying to sound brave. "It'll be fun, and if nothing happens, we can finally prove everyone wrong." I hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly uneasy, but quickly brushed it off. It was just an old, empty house, nothing more. "All right," I agreed finally, looking confidently at Luke. "Let's do it." We waited until around 11 o'clock, when the neighborhood had quieted down after trick-or-treaters had returned home. Dressed warmly and armed with flashlights, the four of us walked cautiously down Maple Street toward the house. The air felt colder, sharper than usual, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. The street was quiet, illuminated faintly by porch lights and Halloween decorations left glowing in the night. As we approached the house, my pulse quickened slightly. It felt bigger up close, darker and more intimidating. A rusted fence surrounded the property, with a gate that creaked loudly when we pushed it open. Once inside, everything seemed even quieter. The noises of our neighborhood disappeared, replaced by an unsettling silence that made our footsteps sound louder than they should. The front door hung open slightly, hinges rusted and paint cracked from years of neglect. Luke stepped inside first, shining his flashlight into the entryway. The rest of us followed cautiously, scanning the darkness for anything unusual. Inside, the air smelled musty and damp, like mildew mixed with dust. Wallpaper peeled off the walls in curling strips, exposing stained plaster beneath. The furniture, what little remained, sat covered in thick sheets, hiding whatever was underneath. It was clear no one had been here in years, maybe decades. We stood still, listening carefully. Nothing. No laughter. No whispers, just silence. Luke shot me a smug look. "See?" he whispered confidently. "Nothing here." "Let's check upstairs," Brandon suggested softly, clearly feeling more confident now. "If we're doing this, We might as well see the whole place. Slowly, we climbed the staircase, stepping carefully to avoid rotted spots. At the top, a hallway stretched in both directions, lined with doors that were mostly closed. Emma stepped forward and gently pushed open the nearest one. The door creaked loudly, echoing through the empty house. Inside was an old bedroom. An iron-frame bed stood in the corner, rusted and bare. A broken dresser leaned against one wall, drawers hanging open, empty. Emma shivered slightly, stepping back. "This feels wrong," she whispered nervously, glancing at me. I nodded quietly, feeling the same unease. But Luke pushed forward, determined. "Come on, guys," he said impatiently. "There's nothing here." We moved down the hallway, exploring each room carefully, finding nothing but dust and decay. Just as I was starting to feel relaxed, believing we'd proven our point, Emma stopped suddenly, raising her hand. "Listen," she whispered urgently. We froze, straining to hear what had caught her attention. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, softly, faintly, I heard a quiet sound drifting toward us from somewhere above. Children's laughter, distant but clear, floated through the empty rooms. My blood ran cold. Luke turned pale, eyes wide. "Is someone up there?" Brandon whispered nervously, looking toward the attic stairs at the far end of the hallway. "Maybe it's just neighborhood kids," Luke offered weakly, his usual confidence wavering. Emma shook her head. "It's nearly midnight. Why would kids be playing up there now?" The laughter continued, quiet but unmistakable, floating down from above. Slowly, we moved toward the narrow attic stairs, our flashlight beams trembling slightly. With each creaking step upward, the laughter grew louder, clearer. It was playful, innocent yet deeply unsettling. At the attic door we paused, looking nervously at each other. Luke finally reached out and pushed the door open. It swung inward slowly, revealing a large, shadowy attic filled with discarded furniture and boxes, all covered in thick dust and cobwebs. But the laughter had stopped abruptly. Now silence pressed around us again, heavier than before. My heart raced painfully as I scanned the darkness, feeling watched. "Hello?" Emma called softly, her voice shaking. "Is someone here?" No answer, only silence. Then, in the far corner of the attic, I noticed small figures standing motionless in the shadows. My throat tightened as fear surged through me. Luke shone his flashlight toward them, the beam shaking slightly. The figures were small, childlike silhouettes that stood completely still, facing us silently. We stepped back slowly, instinctively sensing danger. As we began turning away, ready to run, the laughter erupted again, but now it was louder, sharper, right behind us. We spun around, flashlights sweeping wildly. Nothing was there, only darkness. Panicked, we bolted from the attic, stumbling down the stairs and running through the house toward the front door. The laughter followed us, echoing through the empty rooms, playful yet terrifying. It chased us until we burst out into the yard, gasping for breath, hearts pounding. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the street, away from the house and its hidden secrets. Only then did we turn back, looking at the darkened building that stood silently in the night, as if nothing had happened at all. But we knew differently. Something was there, hidden within its walls. Something that had watched us, laughed at us, and made itself known. And now, I finally believed. In the days that followed our encounter in the abandoned house, the four of us tried our best to forget about what had happened. But that proved nearly impossible. Each of us dealt with it differently. Luke insisted it had been some kind of prank or misunderstanding. Brandon didn't talk much about it at all, quietly avoiding the subject whenever it came up. Emma and I, however, couldn't let it go. The experience had shaken us deeply, lingering in our thoughts constantly. A few weeks later, Emma called me late one evening. Her voice sounded nervous and hesitant. "Can we talk? It's about the house," she said softly. "Of course," I replied, sensing something was wrong. "What's going on?" Emma paused, seeming unsure how to continue. "Have you gone past the house since that night?" she finally asked. "Only once or twice," I admitted, "but never close. It gives me a weird feeling now." She exhaled slowly, sounding relieved. I felt the same. "I went by it yesterday," she said carefully. "It was daytime, so I figured it would be fine. But when I walked past, I thought I saw someone standing in one of the upstairs windows." I felt a chill go through me. "Like who?" I asked quietly, already knowing the answer wouldn't be good. "I'm not sure," Emma replied, her voice shaky. "It looked small, like a child. At first, I thought it was just a reflection or shadow, but it moved. It stepped back, like it didn't want me to see it." I didn't say anything at first, processing what she'd said. The same unease I'd felt that night returned, making my chest tight. "Did you tell Luke or Brandon?" I asked eventually. Emma sighed softly. "I mentioned it to Luke, but he just laughed it off. He thinks I'm imagining things." Brandon seemed nervous and changed the subject immediately. "We need to figure out what's happening there," I finally said, feeling both dread and determination. "If someone's inside, maybe they need help." Emma hesitated. "Are you saying we should go back?" I didn't answer right away. The thought terrified me, but it also felt wrong to ignore it. What if someone was hiding inside, maybe lost or scared? As frightening as it sounded, I knew Emma was right. "Maybe we should," I replied slowly. "But not at night, and not just the two of us." Emma agreed, relief evident in her voice. "Okay, tomorrow afternoon?" "Yeah," I said, though uncertainty lingered. "I'll call Luke and Brandon again." The next day, Luke reluctantly agreed to join us, and Brandon, after some convincing, also decided to come along. None of us seemed thrilled about revisiting the house, but knowing we wouldn't be alone provided some comfort. We met at the corner of Maple Street around 3 o'clock. The neighborhood felt different during the day, less threatening, almost welcoming. But as we approached the old house, that feeling quickly disappeared. Even in daylight, it seemed to carry a strange, unsettling energy. We cautiously entered through the front gate, moving slowly toward the door. Luke stepped ahead, pushing the door open with a familiar creak. Inside, the house was exactly as we'd left it. Dusty, dark, filled with the smell of decay. We scanned the rooms carefully, flashlights unnecessary now, but carried anyway out of caution. "Should we go upstairs?" Brandon asked softly, clearly reluctant. Emma nodded, determination mixing with nervousness. "That's where I saw someone." We climbed the staircase again, moving more cautiously than before. As we reached the hallway, a soft sound came from one of the rooms, just a small, quiet creak, but enough to freeze us all in place. Luke glanced back nervously, losing his usual confidence. "Hello?" he called, his voice wavering slightly. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just silence. We moved slowly toward the sound, carefully pushing open the door. The room was empty, just a dusty chair and old toys scattered across the floor. But something felt different this time. The air felt colder, heavier, as if we'd entered a space meant to be left alone. Then, behind us, another noise, faint but unmistakable. Soft footsteps moved down the hallway, retreating from where we stood. My heart raced, my breath catching in my throat. "Who's there?" Luke shouted, turning quickly toward the sound. We moved together toward the hallway, just in time to see a small figure dart into another room further down. Without thinking, we rushed after it, curiosity overcoming our fear. The room it had entered stood open at the end of the hall, leading to a small set of stairs we hadn't noticed before. Luke hesitated briefly, then moved forward, determination taking hold again. "Come on," he whispered urgently. We followed closely, climbing the narrow staircase carefully. At the top was a hidden room, partially obscured by darkness. As we stepped inside, we saw something unexpected. Drawings scattered across the floor, faded crayon marks depicting stick figures and smiling faces. Old toys sat neatly in one corner, carefully arranged, as if someone had been playing recently. "This doesn't make sense," Brandon murmured, glancing around uneasily. "Who would be playing here? This stuff looks ancient." Emma bent down, carefully picking up one of the drawings. It depicted 4 stick figures holding hands, standing outside a house that looked eerily similar to this one. Beneath it, scribbled in messy handwriting, were 4 names. Emma's face turned pale as she read them aloud softly. Luke, Brandon, Emma, and me. A chill swept through the room. How was that possible? Who had drawn this, and when? "Someone's messing with us," Luke whispered, voice strained with uncertainty. Then, from the room below, laughter drifted upward again, clear, distinct, unmistakably children's laughter. We froze, fear gripping us tightly. The sound grew louder, echoing gently, surrounding us completely. It wasn't playful anymore. Now it felt almost mocking, as if amused by our confusion. "Let's get out," I said urgently, my voice shaking. "Now." We quickly moved toward the stairs, the laughter still ringing clearly around us. Just before leaving, I glanced back toward the toys in the corner and my heart stopped. They had moved. No longer neatly arranged, they now lay scattered randomly across the floor. We stumbled down the stairs, rushing from the room and back down the hallway. The laughter continued, following us closely, echoing in the walls. Finally, bursting out the front door into daylight again, we stood panting, shaking, unable to speak. Eventually, Luke broke the silence, eyes wide and frightened. "That wasn't someone messing with us," he said quietly, finally convinced. "Something's really wrong with this place." We knew he was right. What we had just experienced wasn't a prank or imagination, it was something real, something we couldn't explain. As we walked away from the house again, each of us felt its presence behind us, silently watching, waiting for us to return. We didn't look back, afraid of what we might see. But deep down, we knew this wasn't over yet. The house had shown us something we couldn't ignore, something we couldn't easily forget. And now, it seemed unwilling to let us go. After the second visit to the old house, none of us talked much for a while. We tried to pretend life could just go back to normal, that we could forget the laughter, the drawings, and the strange figure we'd seen. But something had shifted. Whatever we had awakened in that house wasn't easily ignored, and as much as we tried to deny it, we all felt it. Emma was the first to admit openly that things had changed. A few days after the second encounter, she texted me late at night, asking if I could come over. When I arrived at her house, she looked exhausted, pale, her eyes lined from lack of sleep. "I keep dreaming about the house," she said quietly as we sat on her porch, the cool night air brushing past us. "Every night since we went back, I see that room, the drawings, the toys scattered everywhere, and in the dreams, someone whispers our names." I nodded slowly, understanding exactly what she meant. I'd had similar dreams, too vivid and unsettling to ignore. "Me too," I admitted quietly. "It's like something wants us to come back again." Emma shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around herself. "But why us? Why did it choose our names? It doesn't make sense." "I don't know," I said honestly, "but Luke and Brandon must be feeling it too, even if they won't admit it." Emma looked down at the porch steps, hesitant. "Maybe we need to talk to them again. We can't keep pretending nothing's happening. Whatever this is, it's getting worse." The next day, we met at a local diner, somewhere bright and public, hoping it might ease the tension that hung between us. Luke seemed restless, anxious, while Brandon avoided making eye contact altogether. It was clear neither wanted to discuss the house again, but Emma and I knew we couldn't ignore it any longer. "Have either of you been having dreams?" Emma finally asked, breaking the awkward silence at the table. Luke shifted uncomfortably, staring down at his coffee. "What kind of dreams?" "About the house," Emma pressed gently. "The drawings we found, the voices." Brandon looked up sharply, his expression tense. "You've been hearing voices too?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, whispers mostly, saying our names, calling us back." Luke exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. This is crazy. Houses don't whisper or draw pictures of people. It has to be someone messing with us. But who? Emma countered firmly. No one even knew we were going there. And who would spend time arranging old toys and making drawings of us as kids? That doesn't even make sense. Luke shook his head, visibly struggling. Maybe it's just a weird coincidence. You don't believe that, I said quietly, meeting his gaze. We all saw and heard the same thing. It's not a coincidence. Brandon spoke up suddenly, his voice shaky but determined. I think we disturbed something we weren't supposed to see. What do you mean? Emma asked gently, leaning forward slightly. He hesitated, glancing around nervously. I talked to my grandmother about it yesterday. She's lived in town all her life. She told me things about the house that I'd never heard before. We leaned closer, listening intently. Brandon took a deep breath before continuing. Years ago, long before we were born, a family lived there, a mother, father, and their 2 children. One night there was a fire. The parents got out, but the kids didn't make it. A heavy silence settled over the table. Emma's eyes widened, her face pale. Luke stared blankly, disbelief fading into reluctant understanding. Brandon continued slowly, his voice quiet but firm. My grandmother said people started hearing laughter from the house soon after. They thought it was grief playing tricks on them, but the stories never stopped. Eventually, everyone just avoided the place. Luke sat back, visibly shaken. Why haven't we heard that story before? Brandon shrugged. People stopped talking about it openly years ago. It became something they whispered privately, something best left alone. Emma glanced nervously around the table. So, what if they're trying to reach us, the kids who died? Maybe they just want someone to know they're still there. I considered Emma's words carefully. It sounded possible, yet deeply unsettling. If the children had died tragically, their presence might linger, confused or lost, unable to move on. Luke rubbed his face, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. So, what are we supposed to do? We can't just keep going back there. Emma nodded gently, her voice soft but determined. Maybe we don't have to keep going back. Maybe we just need to acknowledge them, let them know we understand. Brandon shifted uneasily. How do we do that? We can try going there once more, Emma suggested hesitantly. But this time, with respect, we go together, say something kind, let them know we're sorry for what happened. Maybe that'll give them peace. The idea frightened me, yet it also felt strangely right. We'd entered the house out of curiosity and disbelief, but maybe if we returned differently, respectfully, the spirits, if that's what they were, would find peace. Luke sighed deeply, clearly conflicted. I don't want to do this, but I'll go, only because I want this to be over. We agreed to return one final time, to confront whatever awaited us in that house openly, honestly, and respectfully. The next afternoon, we stood once again outside the old, abandoned home, feeling the familiar unease return. But this time, we approached slowly, deliberately, speaking softly as we stepped inside. "Hello," Emma said gently, her voice clear and calm. "We know you're here, and we're sorry for what happened to you." We stood silently listening. Nothing at first, just quiet emptiness. Then very softly, we heard the faintest hint of laughter again. This time, it didn't feel frightening. It felt almost welcoming, gentle, relieved somehow. As we stood there, something shifted within the house. The heaviness we'd felt before lifted gradually, replaced by calm. A gentle warmth filled the air, as though someone had finally understood our intentions. Emma spoke again, carefully choosing her words. "You can rest now. You don't have to stay here. We're sorry no one helped you before." We waited quietly, feeling the peaceful silence settle around us. The house no longer seemed threatening or mysterious, it just felt empty, sad, a place once filled with life, now quietly waiting to be forgotten. Eventually, we stepped outside again, back into daylight. For the first time, we didn't feel watched or followed. The presence had faded, replaced by a gentle calmness that felt sincere, genuine. In the days and weeks afterward, our dreams returned to normal. The whispers stopped, and gradually, we felt comfortable again. We rarely spoke of the house after that, but each of us understood something important had happened. There's something we'd probably never fully explain, but had managed to resolve somehow. The old house still stood at the end of Maple Street, unchanged to anyone else who walked by, but for us, it was different. It had shown us that sometimes all the unseen world needs is acknowledgement, respect, and a quiet understanding. We'd given it that, and in return, it had allowed us to finally move on. Time passed, and gradually our experience at the old house faded into the background of our lives. Luke, Emma, Brandon, and I didn't talk about it much after that final visit. We weren't intentionally ignoring what had happened, but it seemed unnecessary to bring it up again. After all, the strange laughter had stopped, the dreams had ceased, and the quiet unease that once hovered over Maple Street was finally gone. But every now and then, especially around Halloween, I'd find myself thinking about that house. It stood silent and abandoned as ever, yet somehow it felt different. Now when I walked past it, I didn't feel fear or dread. Instead, there was only a quiet sadness, a silent reminder of the tragedy we had uncovered. Emma was the one who decided that we should mark what had happened, if only in a small, private way. About a year later, around Halloween again, she called us all together. We met at a coffee shop near Maple Street, and she told us her plan. "I think we should do something for the kids," she explained gently, sipping her coffee thoughtfully. "They deserve to be remembered, not as ghost stories, but as real people." Brandon nodded immediately, clearly moved by her idea. Luke hesitated for a moment, then slowly agreed. Deep down, we all knew it was the right thing to do. The next morning, we gathered outside the house one final time. Emma brought flower simple, white daisy sand. We carefully placed them at the front porch, near the broken steps. For a moment, none of us spoke. We stood there quietly, absorbing the peaceful silence that now surrounded the old home. Emma finally broke the silence, her voice calm and gentle. "We hope you're at peace now. We're sorry for what you went through." Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then drifted away softly on the morning breeze. No laughter echoed back this time, no whispers or strange movements. There was only a quiet stillness that felt oddly comforting. Eventually, we walked away from the house again, returning to our lives with a deeper sense of closure. From that day onward, the house no longer felt haunted or menacing. It was just an old, forgotten home where a sad event had once happened, but where peace had finally returned. In the years that followed, we each went our separate ways. Luke moved out of town for college, eventually settling in another state entirely. Brandon stayed local, working in a nearby city, while Emma and I continued living in the same neighborhood. Close friends who occasionally revisited old memories, though rarely that one particular memory. But no matter how far we traveled or how busy our lives became, the experience remained quietly meaningful for each of us. It had changed something within us, taught us compassion, empathy, and respect for things beyond easy explanation. It also taught us not to dismiss the stories we once shrugged off as mere legend stories that sometimes held deeper truths. Several years later, a development project was announced in the neighborhood. The old abandoned house on Maple Street was scheduled to be demolished, replaced by new homes for young families. When Emma heard the news, she immediately reached out to the rest of us. We gathered once more, older, wiser, and far removed from the fearful teenagers we'd once been. We stood together on Maple Street, watching as workers carefully began removing the old structure piece by piece. None of us felt sadness this time, though. Instead, we watched with quiet gratitude, knowing the place had finally served its purpose, that its story was complete. As the demolition continued, neighbors gathered, sharing stories about the house, some repeating familiar ghost tales we'd all once laughed about. Listening quietly, Emma finally spoke up, surprising us all. "Actually," she said gently, "there's a true story behind that house. 2 children lived there once. They passed away in a fire many years ago. We should remember them, not just the spooky stories." People around us nodded thoughtfully, the mood shifting from curiosity to quiet respect. Luke squeezed Emma's shoulder gently, and Brandon smiled faintly, clearly moved. For a moment, it felt as though the neighborhood finally understood what we had learned all those years ago, that beneath the legends and ghostly whispers, real people had lived and suffered and deserved to be remembered. After the house was completely removed, a small community park was built on the site. Families moved into new homes nearby, and life returned to Maple Street, lively and cheerful again. But tucked away in the park, near a small bench under a newly planted oak tree, Emma arranged for a simple plaque to be placed. It read, "In memory of 2 young souls who left this world too soon, but who are not forgotten." Every now and then, especially around autumn when leaves fell and pumpkins lined porches again, We'd visit the park together. Sitting quietly by the plaque, we'd talk about our lives, our families, and occasionally about the strange night that had once frightened us deeply, yet taught us something valuable. We knew we'd probably never fully understand everything we experienced. Were there truly spirits trapped in that house? Or had we simply encountered echoes of the past, somehow preserved by tragedy and loneliness? The answers didn't matter much to us anymore. What mattered was that we'd faced something difficult together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. We'd learned to look beyond fear, beyond the chilling laughter and unsettling whispers, to the truth beneath it all, that everyone, even those we can no longer see or fully understand, deserves kindness and acknowledgement. In time, we all started families of our own. We raised our children to be open-minded, thoughtful, and respectful of the stories that others might dismiss too quickly. And each Halloween, as we walked our own neighborhoods, seeing young children laughing and playing, we'd smile gently, remembering those who once laughed unseen within the walls of a forgotten house. The abandoned house was gone now, replaced by warmth, laughter, and new memories. But the lessons we'd learned there stayed with us, a gentle reminder that some things, though mysterious and perhaps unknowable, were still worth remembering, still worth honoring. And somewhere deep within us, we knew the children we'd encountered that strange Halloween night had finally found the peace they'd long sought, no longer trapped or forgotten, but gently remembered, quietly respected, and forever at rest. I didn't believe the stories about the house at first. I'd heard them all growing up, the usual urban legend nonsense passed down by kids desperate for something exciting in a town that had nothing going on. They said people went missing there decades ago, that the owners never really left, even after they died, that if you stayed inside long enough, you'd start to hear whispers, and they wouldn't be yours. But it was just a house, just a place, left behind and forgotten like a rotting memory. At least, that's what I thought. Before we went inside, it was my idea. I won't pretend otherwise. I was the one who said, "Let's go check it out." The four of Usme, Alex, Nate, and Jeshid spent the summer trying to find something, anything to do, before we all went our separate ways after graduation. The house had come up in conversation more than once. "Dude, no one's lived there in like 50 years, Nate had said when I first mentioned it. Jess had scoffed, rolling her eyes. "And what exactly do you think we'll find? Ghosts?" I shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. But aren't you at least a little curious?" Alex, always the quiet one, the cautious one, had frowned. "I don't know, man. That place gives me a bad feeling." It was the way he said it that stuck with me. Not like he was scared of getting caught trespassing. Like he was genuinely uneasy. That should have been the first sign. But I didn't listen. None of us did. The house sat on the edge of town, just past a stretch of dead-end roads and empty farmland. No one ever went near it, not anymore. Not since the Grayson family disappeared. That was the backstory, the part that made it more than just a creepy old building. In 1971, the entire family vanished overnight. Mr. and Mrs. Grayson, their 2 kids gone without a trace. No bodies, no signs of struggle, Just an empty house, fully furnished, like they had meant to come back but never did. People had theories, of course. A murder-suicide, the parents snapping under some unseen pressure. A failed escape from town, running from something only they knew about. Or, if you asked the kids at school, something worse. Something still inside the house. Waiting. We arrived just after sunset. I don't know why we chose to go at night. Maybe we thought it would make it more exciting. Or maybe none of us wanted to admit how unnerved we felt. The house was exactly as I expected. 2 stories, steep-roofed, the kind of Victorian build that might have been beautiful once. But time had done its work. The paint had peeled away, the windows were either shattered or coated in grime, and the front door hung slightly ajar like someone had left in a hurry. Like it was waiting for someone to come inside. Jess was the first to break the silence. "So, are we doing this or not?" Nate grinned, the kind of grin people wear when they're trying to hide nerves. "Ladies first." Jess didn't hesitate. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. And just like that, we followed. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Not dust, not mildew, something else. Something rotting. I swallowed the urge to gag as we stepped into what had once been the main hall. The house had been left almost completely untouched. Furniture still sat in place, draped with sheets gone yellow with time. A grand staircase curved up to the 2nd floor, the wooden banister warped with age. Faint outlines of family photos clung to the walls, their frames missing, like someone had tried to erase them. Like they had been taken down, deliberately. I could hear Nate breathing beside me. Shallow, uneasy. Jess, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. She moved ahead of us, running a hand along the dust-covered banister. "What do you think happened here?" she asked. Alex answered from behind me. "They left." His voice was quiet. Too quiet. I turned to look at him. His expression was wrong. Like he wasn't just uncomfortable anymore. Like he was afraid. I was about to ask him what was wrong when... Bang! The noise came from upstairs. A sharp, heavy thud that made my pulse jump to my throat. All of us froze. Jess turned slowly, her confidence slipping. "That was just the house settling, right?" Alex didn't answer. I forced out a laugh. Too forced, too tight. "Yeah, old houses make noise." But I didn't believe it. And I don't think any of us did. Nate exhaled sharply. "Okay, cool. We heard a noise. We checked the house. Let's get out of here." Jess scoffed. "Are you serious?" He gave her a look. "We don't know if we're alone in here." She rolled her eyes. "No one's lived here for 50 years. If someone's upstairs, it's probably just a squatter." Alex was still staring up the staircase. Not blinking. Like he was listening for something. Then, softly, "We're not alone." His voice sent a chill through me. Jess laughed, but it was forced. "Oh, come on, don't..." Footsteps. From the 2nd floor. Slow, deliberate. One. Then another. Then another. Coming toward the stairs. Coming toward us. No one moved. No one spoke. We just stood there, rooted to the spot. And then, the faintest whisper. Not from above. From behind us. "You shouldn't have come." I spun around so fast I almost tripped. The doorway was empty. Nothing but the night beyond. The room felt wrong now. Heavier. Like we had stepped into something that didn't want us there. My hands were cold. And for the first time since we arrived, I felt it. A presence. Watching. Waiting. Knowing. Jess spoke first. "I think we should go. For once, No one argued. I turned toward the front door, heart pounding. We needed to leave. Now. But before we could take a single step, the door slammed shut. The door slammed shut with a force that sent dust spilling from the ceiling. The sound echoed through the house, bouncing off the walls like a gunshot. Jess spun on her heel, her bravado gone. What the hell? She rushed to the door, yanking on the handle. It didn't budge. I swallowed the knot in my throat and moved toward her. Maybe the wood's warped. Let me try. I wrapped my hands around the doorknob, twisting, pulling. It felt solid, like something had locked it in place from the other side. Nate was pacing behind us, running a hand through his hair. All right, not funny. Which one of you set this up? Alex stood frozen in place, staring at the staircase. His face was pale, mouth slightly open, like he wasn't really hearing us. Jess huffed and banged on the door. If this is a prank, it's not funny. You got your scare, let's go. No answer. The house settled around us, an eerie silence stretching between the walls. I turned uneasy. No one locked it. You saw us walk in. The door was already open. Nate let out a sharp breath. Then why won't it open now? Before I could answer, something moved at the top of the stairs. A slow shift in the shadows. A shape, barely visible in the dim light. Alex's voice came out barely above a whisper. There's someone up there. The rest of us froze. My pulse hammered against my ribs as I followed his gaze. The second floor was dark, but something was there. Not standing, not moving in the way a person would. It was just a sliver of darkness that hadn't been there before. Jess let out a nervous laugh. I bet it's a raccoon or something, but she didn't sound convinced. Nate took a hesitant step back. I don't think raccoons whisper. The thing in the darkness shifted again, and suddenly I felt it, the undeniable stomach-twisting certainty that we were being watched. Alex exhaled slowly. We need to leave. I nodded, stepping away from the door. We'll find another way out. Jess let out a frustrated sigh, but she didn't argue. I moved toward the nearest window, brushing away the dust and grime with my sleeve. Outside, the world looked the same quiet, empty, like the house hadn't stirred in years. I reached for the frame, fingers wrapping around the wood. It was stuck. I pushed harder, but it wouldn't budge. Jess moved to another window, struggling with it as well. You have got to be kidding me. Nate cursed under his breath. How the hell are all the windows stuck shut? Alex finally tore his gaze away from the stairs. His voice was lower than before. It's not the house keeping us in. A heavy silence followed his words. I didn't want to ask, but I did anyway. Then what is? He licked his lips, eyes darting back up the stairs. I don't know, but I think it wants us to go up there. Jess scoffed, throwing her hands in the air. Absolutely not. I don't care if there's a whole vault of treasure up there. I'm not playing into some creepy horror movie setup. But even as she spoke, none of us moved toward the door again. A slow chill ran down my spine as a realization settled in. It wasn't just that the house had trapped us, it was guiding us. Alex took a deep breath, his shoulders tense. We have two choices. Stay down here and wait for something to happen, or go up and see what it wants. Jess glared at him. There's a third option. We break a window and get the hell out of here. I wanted to believe it would work, but I already knew the answer. It won't let us. Nate let out a short, humorless laugh. Listen to us. It won't let us. Do you hear how insane that sounds? Alex turned to him, his expression unreadable. Then open the door. Nate hesitated. He didn't try the door again. Instead, we all found ourselves looking up. Something waited on the second floor, and somehow we knew that ignoring it wasn't an option. I squared my shoulders. Fine, we go up, but we stay together. Jess swore under her breath, but followed as I started toward the stairs. Each step groaned under our weight, the wood old and brittle, but the house held firm. The air grew heavier, thick with something I couldn't name. Halfway up, the temperature dropped. Not a gradual change, an immediate, sharp shift, that sent a shudder through my limbs. Jess muttered, "This place is cursed." At the top of the stairs, a hallway stretched before us, lined with doorways leading into shadowed rooms. The sense of being watched had grown unbearable. My skin prickled, my every instinct screaming to turn back. Alex stopped at the first door, his fingers hovering over the handle. This one. I didn't ask how he knew. I didn't want to know. The door creaked as it swung open, revealing a room frozen in time. A child's bedroom. The furniture was coated in dust, but everything was intact: small bed, wooden dresser, a collection of toys scattered across the floor. A music box sat on the nightstand, its lid slightly open. Nate let out a slow breath. This is unsettling. Jess stepped inside, crossing her arms. So what now? We look for ghostly footprints. Alex wasn't listening. He moved toward the nightstand, reaching for the music box. I started to tell him not to, but it was too late. He lifted the lid. A soft melody filled the air, delicate and slow. Then something clicked. The closet door across the room slid open, inch by inch. I took a step back. The inside of the closet was pitch black, no light, no reflection, a void of absolute darkness. And in that darkness, a shape shifted. A pair of small, pale hands emerged from the shadows. Fingers curled against the wood, gripping the frame. Then the hands pulled, and something started crawling out. Jess screamed. I grabbed Alex, shoving him toward the door. Run! We didn't look back. Didn't stop. The thing in the closet was moving, dragging itself across the floor with slow, deliberate movements. We bolted down the stairs, our footsteps frantic. The second we reached the front door, it swung open on its own. No hesitation, no second thoughts. We ran. By the time we reached the road, lungs burning, legs aching, the house stood silent behind us. The door had closed again, like it had never been open at all. Jess gasped for breath. We're never speaking about this again. Alex didn't say anything. He was still holding the music box. I hadn't seen him take it, but now that he had, I knew. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. No one spoke on the way back to town. Alex sat in the passenger seat, his fingers curled tightly around the music box like he wasn't even aware he was holding it. Jess sat in the back beside Nate, arms crossed, legs bouncing. Every so often she'd shoot Alex a look, then glance away like she wanted to say something but thought better of it. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ached. The road stretched out ahead, empty, silent except for the hum of the engine. The further we got from the house, the heavier the tension in the car became. It should have been the opposite. We should have been relieved. But none of us were. Because we had left the house. But something had left with us. The music box, and whatever had crawled out of that closet, it wasn't finished with us yet. Jess was the first to break. Throw it out. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade. Alex didn't react at first. He just kept staring straight ahead, his grip tightening. Jess shoved forward, reaching over Nate to grab at it. Seriously, Alex, throw it out of the window. We are not keeping that thing. Alex jerked away from her, his voice low. I'm not getting rid of it. Jess blinked. Excuse me? He finally turned to look at her, and for the first time, I noticed how pale he was. His skin had taken on a waxy, almost translucent quality, and his eyes were darker than usual. Not tired, not exhausted, shadowed. Nate leaned back in his seat. Dude, she's right. You didn't mean to take it, right? Just toss it. Alex ran a thumb over the wooden lid, his expression unreadable. I don't think I can. I kept my eyes on the road, gripping the wheel tighter. Why not? He hesitated. Then, in a quiet voice, it won't let me. A cold, sinking feeling settled in my gut. Jess groaned, throwing herself back into the seat. Okay, nope. Number, we are not doing this haunted object thing. We are not bringing some cursed antique into town. She was right. We all knew she was right. But the way Alex sat there, unmoving, made my skin crawl. I wasn't sure if he was refusing to let go of the music box, or if it was refusing to let go of him. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the air in the car felt suffocating. Jess was the first one out. She slammed the door, pacing across the yard, arms wrapped around herself. Nate got out next, rubbing a hand down his face. I need a drink, a strong one. Alex was the last to move. He stepped out slowly, the music box still clutched in his hands. He stared down at it, jaw clenched like he was fighting against something none of us could see. I stood by the car, my pulse drumming in my ears. Come inside, we'll figure this out. Jess shook her head. Nope, number, I'm out. I want nothing to do with this. Nate hesitated, looking between Alex and me. I don't know, man. This whole thing feels wrong. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. I know, but we can't just leave him. Alex finally spoke. It's fine. I just need to sit down. He sounded strange, like someone had hollowed out his voice. Jess rolled her eyes but followed us inside. Fine, but if something weird happens, I'm calling an exorcist or something. Nate snorted. You know one? Number, but I'll find one. Inside, I sat up in the living room while Alex sat on the couch, the music box balanced on his knees. He hadn't opened it again since the house. Jess stayed by the window, arms still crossed. What's the plan exactly? Nate flopped into a chair. We burn it. Alex flinched. It was small, barely noticeable, but I saw it. I cleared my throat. Maybe we should figure out what it is first. Jess scoffed. It's a creepy little music box from a creepy little house where people disappeared. There's nothing to figure out. Alex finally looked up. His expression was strange, half lost, half focused. I don't think it's just a music box. None of us spoke. Then, without another word, he reached forward and opened it. The melody spilled into the room, slow and mechanical, like something winding down. And then, the lights flickered. Nate sat up straighter. Nope, nope, shut it right now. Jess backed away from the window. I told you not to open it. But Alex wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the inside of the box, his breathing slow, measured. I leaned forward. Alex. He blinked, shaking his head like he was trying to clear it. I think it's a way in. A chill ran down my spine. A way into what? Alex lifted his gaze to mine. His pupils were too wide, swallowing almost all the color in his eyes. A way in for them. The lights flickered again. The temperature in the room dropped. And then, a creaking sound. Not from the house. Not from the music box. From the closet in the hallway. Nate muttered, I thought I shut that. Jess took a step back. You did. The door inched open. A sliver of blackness peeked through the crack. And then, the hand. Pale, skeletal fingers curled around the edge of the doorframe. Something shifted in the shadows, pressing against the doorway, stretching, moving. Jess screamed. The lights cut out completely. I scrambled backward, my pulse a thunderous roar in my ears. Alex sat perfectly still, eyes locked on the hallway. The music box kept playing, the melody warping, twisting, slowing. The closet door swung fully open. Something stepped out. I couldn't see its face, but I knew. It had followed us from the house. And now, it wasn't leaving. The thing in the hallway didn't move at first. It just stood there, pressed against the frame of the open closet, half hidden in the shadows. The only thing I could see clearly were the fingers long, pale, curled around the edge of the door. Then, slowly, they pulled away, and the door started to close. Not all at once. Not like something retreating, more like something was watching us, testing how much it could show itself before we ran. My pulse hammered in my ears. I didn't want to look at the others. I was afraid of what I might see on their faces. The music box was still playing. Alex sat frozen, eyes locked on the hallway. His fingers twitched, like he was fighting the urge to open the box further. "Close it," I whispered. He didn't move. Jess grabbed his wrist, yanking the music box from his lap. "I swear to God, Alex." The melody cut off. Everything stopped. The room went so silent my ears rang from the absence of sound. The air felt heavier, like we were being watched from every angle. Then Nate took a step toward the hallway. "Wait," I said quickly. He hesitated. His voice was low. "The door." I forced myself to look. The closet door had shut completely. The hallway was empty. Whatever had been there, it was gone. At least for now. We didn't waste time. Jess shoved the music box into a pillowcase, wrapping it up like it was something toxic. "We need to get rid of it." I nodded, moving to grab my keys. "We'll burn it." Alex flinched. Jess noticed. "You're not going to argue about that, are you?" Alex looked down at his hands. I don't think burning it will do anything." Nate ran a hand over his face. "Okay, then what? We keep it? Bring it to some psychic? Drop it in the ocean?" Alex hesitated before answering. "We bring it back." Silence. I stared at him. Back where? He finally looked at me. His face was paler than before, his eyes unfocused like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. "The house," he said. And somehow, I knew he was right. We drove in silence. It was just past midnight when we pulled back up to the old house. The windows were dark, the structure looming against the trees like it had been waiting for us to return. None of us wanted to go inside. Jess was the first to say it. "What if the door locks again?" Nate exhaled sharply. "Then we run. We're not staying this time." Alex didn't say anything. He was holding the wrapped-up music box like a weight in his lap, his fingers gripping the cloth too tightly. We stepped out of the car. The air was thick with humidity. The smell of damp wood and decay pressed against my nose as we moved toward the front door. Alex walked ahead of us. He didn't hesitate when he reached the entrance, just pushed it open and stepped inside. I exchanged a glance with Jess and Nate before following. The house felt different now. Not colder. Not louder. Just wrong. Like something had been disturbed. Like the walls knew we had taken something from them. We moved to the staircase. Back up to the second floor. Back to the room with the closet. My chest tightened as we stepped inside. Everything was as we had left it. The bed, the dresser, the dust-covered floor. But the closet door was open again, wider than before. Alex stepped forward. Without a word, he placed the music box inside. And then, slowly, he shut the door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the air shifted. The heaviness lifted, like a weight being removed from our chests. The smell of rot lessened. The silence, once deafening, settled into something more natural. The house didn't feel alive anymore. It felt empty. Jess let out a long, shaky breath. "Is that it?" Alex's shoulders sagged. "I think so." Nate turned, already moving toward the exit. "Good. Then let's get out of here." This time, the door didn't close behind us. It stayed open, yawning into the night. But I didn't look back. None of us did. We just walked out, without running, without speaking. And when we reached the car, the house stood silent and still, waiting for time to finish swallowing it whole. We never talked about it again. Not the house. Not the music box. Not the thing in the closet. We went our separate ways after that summer. Jess moved out of town. Nate enlisted. Alex changed. I tried to stay in touch, but he grew distant. I saw him once, years later. We didn't talk much, but I'll never forget what he said before we parted ways. "It's still there, you know." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I just nodded and walked away, and I never looked back. I've lived alone for most of my adult life, so I've gotten pretty used to the sounds a house makes. Creaking floors, rattling pipes, the faint hum of the fridge. These are the normal rhythms of my home, the background noise of my everyday life. So when I first noticed my basement door wasn't locking properly, it didn't really worry me. Old houses shift, doors warp, and locks sometimes stop aligning just right. It was easy enough to dismiss as just another quirk of owning an older place. Still, something about that basement always bothered me, even before the lock started acting up. It was dark down there, musty smelling, and the single bare bulb never quite chased away all the shadows. I hardly ever went down, except occasionally to put away boxes or grab something I'd stored away. For the most part, I kept the basement door shut and tried not to think about it too much. But a few weeks after I noticed the lock wasn't working right, I started waking up at night to strange sounds coming from below. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just the old house making its usual complaints: wood settling, water pipes expanding and contracting, but it didn't sound like any of those familiar noises. These were quieter, more deliberate, a gentle scraping, like shoes moving softly across concrete, or the muffled thud of something heavy shifting against the basement floor. I told myself it was nothing, my imagination just playing tricks on me. But each night the sounds persisted, quiet enough to make me doubt myself, but distinct enough that I couldn't ignore them completely. It became routine. I'd lie awake in bed, ears straining, trying to make sense of it all, eventually convincing myself that I was just hearing things. Yet I started locking the basement door every night before bed, even if the lock didn't quite catch. I figured even a faulty lock was better than nothing. Days passed without incident, and the strange noises faded into the background. I was almost able to convince myself it was nothing after all, until one chilly Tuesday morning changed everything. I'd gotten up early and wandered into the kitchen, rubbing sleep from my eyes as I prepared my usual coffee. It was quiet, the sunlight just beginning to filter through the windows. Everything felt normal until I stepped closer to the basement door. Right there, scattered near the top step leading down, were crumpled food wrappers, a candy bar wrapper, a chip bag, and an empty granola bar package. They weren't mine. I never ate snacks like that, and I definitely hadn't left them there. My heart sped up as confusion quickly shifted into unease. Had someone else been inside my home? As if to confirm my fear, I noticed another smell, faint but unmistakable, the bitter aroma of burnt coffee hanging in the air. I'd never made coffee downstairs. I didn't even own a second coffee pot. My pulse quickened even more as I stared at the wrappers, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I felt standing there alone in the quiet kitchen. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and immediately checked the security camera app. I'd installed the cameras last year after a break-in down the street, mostly as a precaution. I'd never actually caught anything unusual on them. My hands shook slightly as I opened the camera feed, tapping quickly to access the recordings from overnight. At first, everything seemed normal, just grainy footage of darkened hallways and empty rooms. But then, at around 2:30 in the morning, movement caught my eye. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the recording. A figure in a hood emerged from the basement door, moving cautiously, almost carefully, into the kitchen. The figure lingered only briefly, gathering something from the counter, a piece of fruit or maybe more snacks, then slipped silently back through the basement door, closing it quietly behind them. My skin turned ice cold, panic bubbling up from deep within my chest. Someone was in my basement, someone had been in my home, while I slept upstairs, completely unaware. How long had this been happening? Days? Weeks? I forced myself to breathe deeply, steadying my shaking hands long enough to dial 911. The dispatcher answered calmly, her voice steady and reassuring. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone living in my basement, I whispered urgently, my voice trembling despite my effort to remain calm. I saw them on my security camera. They've been coming into my house while I sleep. The dispatcher asked me to confirm my address, then calmly advised me to go outside immediately and wait for officers to arrive. I quickly grabbed my jacket and slipped outside onto the front porch, shutting the door quietly behind me. The morning air felt colder now, sharper somehow, as I stood there shivering, my breath visible in short clouds. Minutes passed, feeling like an eternity, until I finally saw the flash of blue lights approaching from down the street. 2 patrol cars pulled up quickly, officers stepping out with caution but reassuringly calm expressions. I hurried toward them, breathless, as I pointed toward my house. They're in the basement, I explained quickly. I have it on video. They've been there at least since last night. One officer stayed with me, gently asking more questions about what I'd seen, while the others approached my front door carefully, their radios crackling quietly as they communicated with each other. I watched anxiously as they entered the house, their flashlights sweeping slowly through the windows, casting moving shadows across my walls. Minutes stretched out painfully as I waited, anxiety building, wondering what they'd find. Eventually, an officer emerged, his expression serious as he approached. "You were right," he said quietly, glancing toward me. "Someone was definitely living down there." My knees went weak, relief mixing strangely with new fear. "Did you catch them?" He shook his head slowly. "No, but they're gone now. Whoever it was probably heard us coming and ran out the back. But we found some personal items down there, a makeshift bed, some clothing. Looks like they've been here for a while." I stared blankly at my home, feeling violated, confused, vulnerable. Someone had shared my space, slept beneath my floors, crept silently through my rooms while I dreamed, blissfully unaware. As the officers finished taking my statement, I couldn't help but wonder who this person was. How had they gotten in unnoticed? Why had they chosen my basement, and, most importantly, would they come back? Even after the police left, the unease lingered, settling deep within my bones. The basement door now stood firmly locked and bolted, but I knew I'd never feel completely safe again. Someone had lived hidden beneath my feet, silently invading my life, and I'd never even known they were there. After the police left, I sat in the living room staring at the basement door. It looked different now, as if it belonged to someone else's house. For years I'd ignored that door. It had just been a piece of wood separating my comfortable life from a dark, damp space I didn't use. But now it felt dangerous, like anything could be behind it, waiting quietly in the dark. I spent the entire day double-checking all my doors and windows, making sure every entryway was secure. The police had promised to patrol the neighborhood and said they'd keep an eye out, but their reassurances did nothing to calm my nerves. The person who'd been living beneath my feet had vanished, and no amount of extra locks or patrol cars could erase the feeling that I was still sharing my home with someone I couldn't see. When evening finally came, the sun faded quickly, leaving long shadows across the floors. My house had never felt this quiet before, every little noise now amplified. The soft hum of the refrigerator, the occasional distant creak from the old floorboards. I knew these sounds well, but now they felt unfamiliar. I found myself glancing toward the basement door repeatedly, as though it might open on its own at any moment. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, my bedroom door open just enough to keep an eye on the hallway. Every time my eyes began to close, I'd snap awake, convinced I'd heard footsteps or felt someone standing nearby. But the hallway stayed empty, the house silent. It felt like being haunted by someone who wasn't even there anymore. Eventually, exhaustion won, and sleep overtook me. When I woke up, sunlight poured through the curtains, and for a moment, things felt normal. But as I got out of bed, my phone rang sharply, making me jump. It was a number I didn't recognize. Hesitating, I answered cautiously. "Hello? Is this Alex?" A woman's voice asked gently. "Yes. Who's this?" "My name's Jenna," she replied, sounding slightly uncomfortable. "I saw the police at your house yesterday. I live down the street, just a few houses over. Is everything okay?" "Oh," I said, relaxing slightly. "Yeah, well, sort of. Someone was living in my basement without me knowing. The police couldn't find them." She was quiet for a second, clearly caught off guard. "Oh my God," she finally said, voice softening. "I'm so sorry. That's terrifying." "It's been unsettling," I admitted. "The worst part is, I have no idea how long they've been down there." There was another short pause. Then she spoke carefully. "I hope this doesn't seem strange, but about a month ago I thought I saw someone in your backyard late at night. I assumed it was you, maybe walking around or something. But now I wonder if, well, maybe it was them." My chest tightened at her words. "You saw someone in my yard?" "Yes," she confirmed nervously. "It was pretty late, around midnight. I was up, just looking out my window. Whoever it was had a hood up, so I didn't see a face or anything. I thought it was odd, but since you never mentioned anything, I figured it was just you." "That definitely wasn't me," I said slowly, my heart beating faster. "I've never walked around my yard at night." "Maybe I should tell the police?" Jenna offered gently. "Yes, please do," I agreed. Anything might help at this point. After hanging up, I felt even less safe than before. It wasn't just my basement. They'd been outside, wandering my yard, possibly watching my house from the shadows. The image made my skin crawl. I couldn't stand the idea of someone circling my home at night, silently observing me. Determined not to live in fear, I spent the rest of the morning setting up additional security cameras around my property. This time, I put them everywhere: the driveway, backyard, even facing the street. Every blind spot felt dangerous now, every shadow hiding a potential threat. Days passed without incident, but my life didn't return to normal. I spent hours watching camera footage, scanning every movement for signs of the intruder. Each night, I would triple-check locks, close curtains, and leave extra lights on, making it seem like someone was always awake. But just when I'd begun to feel safer, I noticed something strange in my backyard while reviewing footage from the previous night. Around 2 a.m., someone wearing dark clothes and a hood walked slowly past my shed, stopping briefly near the basement window before disappearing behind my garage. This time, the intruder had returned. My hands shook as I called the detective who'd left his card after the first incident. Detective Martin arrived quickly, and I showed him the video, pointing out exactly where the figure had appeared. "This isn't random," Martin said quietly, looking closely at the footage. "This person is targeting you. They know your property well, probably better than you realize." "But why?" I asked desperately. "Who would do this?" Martin's expression softened. "Usually it's someone familiar maybe, someone you know, someone you've met briefly. Sometimes it's someone you wouldn't even suspect." I sat down heavily, overwhelmed by what he was suggesting. I can't think of anyone who would do something like this. "Try anyway," Martin encouraged gently. "Think about anyone you've encountered lately who seemed off or overly interested in your home." As I thought, I suddenly remembered a man who'd knocked on my door several months earlier, asking vague questions about my basement. At the time, I'd assumed he was just a handyman looking for work, but now his questions took on new meaning. "I don't remember his name," I admitted, "but he came by a while back, asking about basement repairs. I didn't think much of it then." Martin wrote something down, nodding thoughtfully. "We'll look into it. Meanwhile, please, stay cautious. Whoever this is, they're clearly comfortable on your property. Call me immediately if anything else happens." After Martin left, I felt helpless again. It wasn't enough to rely on locks or cameras anymore. Someone out there knew my home intimately, maybe even knew me better than I wanted to admit. That evening, as darkness fell once again, I stood by the window, watching the backyard carefully. The quiet night stretched out endlessly before me, promising little sleep. But as the hours passed without movement, I slowly convinced myself that tonight would be different. Then, just before midnight, a single notification lit up my phone. "Motion detected, basement door camera." My heart nearly stopped as I opened the feed, dreading what I'd see. On the screen, the basement door slowly creaked open, revealing darkness behind it, and a hooded figure stepped calmly back into my house. I stared at the screen, unable to move. My hands tightened around the phone, my breathing shallow. The figure paused at the basement doorway, hood pulled up, face hidden. I watched, helpless, as the intruder lingered there, standing quietly in the shadows of my own home. This wasn't a stranger anymore. This was someone comfortable, someone familiar with every corner of my house, someone who knew exactly how to get in and out without being noticed. And they had returned, almost as if they felt invited. My instinct was to dial Detective Martin immediately, but my hands wouldn't cooperate. Instead, I stood frozen, eyes locked on the security feed, heart racing painfully. The figure took a slow step forward, carefully closing the basement door behind them, leaving it slightly open as though they intended to leave quickly. I knew I needed to call the police, but the thought of speaking felt impossible. Panic overwhelmed me, locking me into place. It took a few moments before I managed to force myself to dial Martin's number. He answered on the second ring, his voice calm and steady as usual. "Martin here. Detective," I whispered urgently, voice shaking. He's back. He's inside my house. There was a short pause. Are you somewhere safe right now? I glanced quickly around the living room, suddenly feeling exposed. I'm upstairs in my bedroom. I lied, realizing how close I actually stood to the basement door. But he's downstairs. I saw him on the cameras. He's in the house right now. I'm sending officers immediately, Martin reassured me firmly. Stay quiet, don't approach, and find somewhere safe to hide. Okay, I whispered. Please hurry. I hung up, heart hammering so loudly in my chest that I wondered if the intruder could hear it too. I had lied to Martin about my location because it felt safer, but now I knew I needed to move. Quietly, carefully, I made my way toward the staircase, holding my breath, ears alert for any sound of movement. At the top of the stairs, I paused again, listening carefully. The house felt too quiet, as if holding its breath alongside me. But as I took a cautious step toward my bedroom, a faint sound drifted up from below, a quiet rustle of fabric, followed by the soft creak of a floorboard. They were moving now. Fear propelled me into action. Without thinking, I hurried down the hall into my bedroom and closed the door behind me, locking it firmly. I moved to the far side of the room, away from the door, trying to slow my breathing. The seconds dragged by painfully slow as I waited, eyes locked on the thin strip of light beneath the door, terrified that at any moment I'd see shadows passing by. Minutes stretched endlessly, silent except for my own ragged breaths. Then, abruptly, a gentle knock sounded on my bedroom door, so quiet, so soft, it almost seemed polite. I froze completely, a chill running through me. I stared at the door, unable to respond, barely able to breathe. "Alex," a voice whispered softly from the other side, low and unfamiliar but oddly calm. "I know you're awake. Please, just listen for a moment." The voice was quiet but clear enough that I could tell it belonged to a man. It was oddly gentle, almost friendly, and that made everything feel even more disturbing. I stayed silent, waiting desperately for sirens, for help, for anything. "I'm not here to hurt you," the voice continued carefully, reassuringly. "I've never wanted to scare you. You've been good to me, even if you didn't realize it. Your home, this basement, it's been my only safe place." Safe place? The words didn't make sense, but I didn't respond. I couldn't trust anything he said, no matter how calmly he spoke. "You don't remember me," he went on softly. "We spoke once briefly. I came by your house a while back, asking about repairs. You were kind, friendly. I was having trouble then, nowhere else to go. And when I found your basement unlocked later that night, I thought I'd just stay a day or two until I sorted things out." His voice grew quieter, almost ashamed. "But days turned into weeks, then months. I didn't plan on this, Alex. It just happened. I kept telling myself I'd leave soon, find another place, but I couldn't. Your home was safe, peaceful. I'm sorry." A part of me felt a strange sympathy, but the rational part of my brain knew better. This was manipulation, an attempt to make me lower my guard. Even if what he said was true, nothing changed the fact that he'd invaded my home, my life, hiding in the shadows beneath me. "Please," the man continued gently, his voice wavering slightly now, "let me leave quietly. I'll never come back, never bother you again, I swear." Before I could respond, the distant wail of police sirens filled the silence outside. Relief flooded my chest. Help had finally arrived. The figure behind my door fell quiet, clearly hearing the sirens too. For a moment neither of us moved or spoke. Then I heard rapid footsteps retreating down the stairs, urgent and hurried. Moments later, blue and red lights flashed brightly through my bedroom window, illuminating the walls. The officers knocked loudly, announcing themselves clearly. Detective Martin's voice joined theirs, calm but firm. "Alex, it's Detective Martin. Are you okay?" I quickly unlocked my bedroom door, hurrying down the stairs, my legs shaky but determined. I opened the front door, and Martin stood waiting on my porch, officers already entering the house behind him, searching room to room. "He was just here," I explained breathlessly, stepping outside into the chilly night air. "Upstairs, right outside my bedroom door." He spoke to me through the door. Martin nodded firmly, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "We'll find him this time. He's got nowhere left to hide." We stood together, watching as officers moved carefully around my property, flashlights cutting through darkness. Eventually, an officer emerged from the backyard holding a black backpack in one gloved hand. "We found this near the fence," he called over. "Looks like he dropped it, trying to get away." Martin opened it carefully, revealing clothing, food, and several notebooks filled with pages of handwriting. He flipped through briefly, his expression darkening. "He's been watching you closely," Martin explained gently. "Notes about your schedule, your routines, everything." My stomach churned. The invasion wasn't just physical. This stranger had studied my life, learned about me, lived quietly alongside me without my knowledge. Officers continued searching, but no sign of the man appeared. Eventually, Martin turned toward me again, his expression apologetic. "We'll keep looking," he promised quietly. "He can't hide forever." I nodded silently, exhaustion finally overwhelming fear. Even though he was gone for now, the man's voice lingered, his quiet, apologetic words echoing endlessly in my mind. That night I didn't stay at the house. I went to a friend's place, feeling safer away from familiar walls that now felt tainted. But even as I lay awake in an unfamiliar bed, I knew one thing for certain. My home wasn't mine anymore. It belonged to him too. A stranger whose voice I couldn't forget, whose shadow still lived in every dark corner of my mind. I stayed away from the house for several days, unable to face being alone there. Every room now felt occupied by someone else's presence, a silent ghost lingering in the shadows. Even the thought of going back filled me with dread. Eventually, though, I knew I had no choice but to return, if only to pack up my things and move somewhere I could feel safe again. Detective Martin had promised increased patrols and that they'd continue investigating, but as the days passed without updates, my hopes faded. Each day brought silence and uncertainty, leaving me feeling like this would never truly end. Finally, on a clear Wednesday morning, I forced myself back home. Pulling into the driveway, I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the anxiety tightening my chest. I glanced nervously toward the basement window, half expecting to see movement, but it stood still and empty, sunlight glinting harmlessly off the glass. Stepping inside, I felt immediately uncomfortable. The air smelled different, stale, untouched, as if no one had lived there for years. I moved carefully from room to room, checking closets and behind furniture, paranoia still fresh. Each space felt unfamiliar, tainted by the thought of someone silently watching from the shadows. But when I reached the basement door, something shifted inside me. For weeks I'd avoided that dark stairwell, treating it like forbidden territory. Now, standing there alone, anger replaced some of my fear. This was my home, not his. He didn't get to claim it anymore. Determined, I pushed open the basement door fully, clicking on the overhead light. The bulb flickered briefly, casting uneven shadows across the concrete steps. I moved down slowly, cautiously, each footstep heavy and deliberate. The basement itself looked ordinary at first. Glance of storage boxes stacked neatly, old furniture draped in sheets. But toward the far corner, I saw it, the makeshift bed, a mattress dragged from storage, piled with old blankets and pillows that weren't mine. Beside it sat a small wooden crate holding personal belongings, a toothbrush, a comb, a book. Curiosity overcoming my unease, I picked up the book. It was worn, clearly read multiple times. Flipping open the cover, I noticed handwriting inside, neat and careful. To Ben, remember, you're never truly alone. My heart tightened. Whoever Ben was, he'd once mattered deeply to someone. How had he ended up here, alone and hidden in my basement, surviving off my scraps and leftovers? I set the book down gently and noticed something else. A folded piece of paper tucked under the blankets. Carefully, I unfolded it, realizing immediately it was a letter, addressed simply to Alex. Hands trembling slightly, I began reading. Alex, I'm not sure you'll ever read this, but if you do, please know I never meant to frighten you. When I first found your basement unlocked, I was desperate, cold, hungry, and nowhere left to turn. At first, I thought I'd only stay a night, maybe two, until I figured something out. But days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I stayed hidden, careful to never disturb you, but eventually I made mistakes. You caught on. I'm sorry. I'm not a bad person. I'm just someone who got lost along the way. Someone who lost everything and couldn't find his way back. You probably wonder why I chose your house. The truth is, I didn't choose it. Your kindness, when I first knocked on your door asking about repairs, stuck with me. It felt safe here, even though I knew it wasn't mine to take. I'll never come back, and you'll never have to worry about me again. Please forgive me for intruding into your life. If you find it in your heart, know your kindness mattered more than you'll ever realize. I'm sorry. Ben. I stood there quietly, letter in hand, feeling the anger slowly drain from my body. My fear hadn't vanished, but something shifted. Ben wasn't a monster, just a desperate man who'd lost himself along the way. That didn't excuse his intrusion, but it made it harder to hate him. After reading the letter, I contacted Detective Martin and handed over everything: the note, the book, the few personal items Ben had left behind. Martin assured me they'd continue looking, but admitted that sometimes people like Ben simply vanish. He probably wouldn't return. He'd likely move on, find another quiet corner of the world to hide in. Weeks passed quietly. I found myself checking security cameras less frequently, double-checking locks a little less anxiously. Life settled into a cautious rhythm again, and slowly my home started feeling like mine again. But something had permanently shifted inside me. I became more aware of others around me, the quiet desperation hidden behind polite smiles and small talk. One afternoon months later, I got an unexpected phone call from Detective Martin. "We found him," Martin said quietly, a gentle sadness in his voice. My breath caught. "Ben?" "Yeah." He was sleeping in an abandoned building across town. The property owner called it in. "He's not well, Alex. Physically he's okay, but mentally he's struggling. He's asked to speak with you." I hesitated, uncertainty gripping me. After all he'd done, was I ready to see him face to face? "Take your time deciding," Martin added gently. "There's no pressure here." I thanked him, hanging up slowly. But even as I tried to dismiss it, I knew I couldn't. I had to face Ben, confront the man who'd hidden beneath my home and haunted my thoughts. A few days later, sitting across from him in a small visitor's room at the police station, I finally saw him clearly. Ben wasn't intimidating or frightening anymore. He was just a man, younger than I'd expected, looking tired and worn down. He avoided eye contact at first, ashamed, embarrassed. "I'm sorry," he finally said, voice barely above a whisper, "for everything." "I read your note," I told him quietly. "I still don't fully understand why you chose my house, but I believe you didn't mean any harm." Ben nodded slowly, finally meeting my gaze. "Your place was safe, quiet. I hadn't felt safe in a long time. I never meant to scare you or make you feel unsafe." I took a deep breath, finding strength in forgiveness. "I know, and for what it's worth, I forgive you. But you need help, Ben." He nodded again, eyes glistening slightly. "I know. I'm trying. They're helping me now." When I left the station, something inside me felt lighter. Closure didn't erase what happened, but it allowed healing to begin. I moved to a new home shortly after one without a basement, but the experience never truly left me. I remained cautious, more careful than before, but I learned to trust again, slowly, carefully. Months later, I received another note. It was brief, handwritten, and simply said, "Thank you for your kindness, Ben." And in that small gesture, the final piece fell into place. I'd reclaimed my life, my peace, my safety, but more importantly, I'd found compassion amid fear. The shadows that once haunted my home had lifted, replaced with understanding and closure. Finally, I was home again. When I first moved into the apartment, the neighborhood seemed perfect. It was quiet, the kind of place where neighbors politely waved from a distance, but kept their conversations short. The buildings were older, brick and ivy covered, with large windows that let in plenty of natural light. From my living room window, I had a perfect view of the street, lined with tall, aging trees that cast shifting shadows across the sidewalk. It felt peaceful. For the first few weeks, I didn't notice anything unusual. I'd settle in each evening after work, make dinner, and sit by the window reading or watching television. My new apartment felt cozy, a quiet retreat after long, stressful days. But slowly, something began to feel off. It started subtly, just an odd sense of being watched, a tingling at the back of my neck that I'd easily dismiss as paranoia. Then one afternoon, as I relaxed on my couch, sipping coffee, something caught my eye. Across the street, through the window of the building directly opposite mine, stood a woman. At first, nothing seemed unusual. It was normal for neighbors to glance out windows, taking in the same view I enjoyed. But as I watched her, I realized she wasn't looking out at the street or the trees. She was staring directly at me. Feeling self-conscious, I quickly looked away, pretending to be busy. After a few moments, curiosity drew my gaze back. She hadn't moved at all, still standing in the exact same spot, eyes fixed forward, unblinking. Her posture seemed oddly stiff, as though she were frozen in place. I waited, expecting her to look away, but she didn't. Her gaze was constant, unwavering, as if she were peering right through the distance, directly into my apartment. It unsettled me, but I dismissed it as harmless curiosity, or perhaps someone lost in thought. I forced myself to look away again, focusing instead on my coffee, trying to forget about the strange woman across the street. The next day, however, I saw her again. She stood in the same position, eyes staring blankly in my direction. I studied her carefully this time, noticing details I'd missed before. Long dark hair hanging loosely around pale shoulders, a plain gray sweater, and an expressionless face. Her eyes seemed hollow, empty. Once again, she didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. This went on for days, turning slowly into weeks. Each time I checked the window, she'd be there. It didn't matter if it was early morning or late at night, always standing, always watching. I tried telling myself I was overreacting, that she probably wasn't even looking at me specifically, but deep down I knew something was wrong. Eventually, I started leaving my curtains closed, blocking out the view, telling myself it was for privacy. But each evening, curiosity or maybe fear got the better of me, and I'd cautiously pull the curtains aside just enough to peek out. And every single time, she would be there, in the exact same spot, eyes unblinking. Sleep became difficult. Each night I'd lie awake, wondering if she was still there in the dark, waiting, staring. My imagination began to run wild, inventing stories about who she might be and why she seemed so fixated on me. I tried asking neighbors casually if they'd noticed anything strange about the woman across the street. Most gave me puzzled looks or brushed it off, claiming they'd never noticed anyone unusual. One evening, after a long day at work, I came home determined not to look out the window. I made dinner, read a book, and forced myself to focus on anything other than her. But curiosity nagged at me until finally, reluctantly, I moved to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to see across the street. She wasn't there. The window stood empty for the first time in weeks. Relief flooded through me, followed by a strange sense of loss I couldn't explain. But just as I was about to step away, movement at the corner of my eye drew my attention to the sidewalk below. She stood there directly in front of her building, her body rigid, her head tilted slightly upward, looking directly into my window. I froze, heart hammering, unable to move or even breathe. Before I could react, she suddenly turned and walked stiffly back into her building, disappearing from sight. My pulse raced as I stepped away from the window, hands trembling. The line between reality and imagination blurred. Who was this woman, and what did she want? Days passed without any further sightings, and gradually I began to relax again, believing the unsettling experience had ended. But the feeling didn't last. Late one evening, as I sat alone watching television, the quiet tapping of rain on my windows, I felt a familiar chill pass through me. It was that unmistakable sense of being watched. Slowly, dreadfully, I turned my head toward the window, my body rigid with fear. What I saw made my blood run cold. She stood inches from the glass, face pressed tightly against it, eyes wide open, staring directly into mine. Her expression had changed. It was no longer blank, but filled with a strange mixture of desperation and silent pleading. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my furniture, gasping for air. I grabbed my phone, fumbling with shaking fingers as I dialed the police. "There's someone outside my window," I said breathlessly to the dispatcher, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "A woman, she's staring into my apartment. Please hurry." The operator reassured me calmly, promising help was coming quickly. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, eyes locked onto the window, terrified she'd still be there, staring. But when flashing blue lights finally illuminated the room, relief flooded over me. 2 officers knocked gently at my door, listening patiently as I explained what had happened. They seemed calm, almost skeptical, but agreed to check the building across the street to ensure the woman was okay. I watched anxiously from my window as the officers entered the apartment building, flashlights cutting through the darkness inside. After what seemed like an eternity, they returned, walking slowly back toward my building, expressions puzzled. "We checked the place," one officer explained quietly, "but there's no one there. In fact, nobody's lived in that apartment for years. It's been abandoned for a long time." I stared at him, unable to speak. My mind raced, unable to process the information. How could it be abandoned when I'd seen her clearly when she'd been standing right there, night after night? As the officers left, I found myself alone again, staring across at the dark, empty window. I knew what I'd seen, but now I had no answers, only questions and fear. Were what had been watching me all this time, and if no one was there, what exactly had I seen pressed against my window, staring silently into my home? I barely slept after the police left. Every sound in the apartment, the creaking floors, the distant hum of traffic outside felt amplified, making it impossible to relax. My mind replayed the image of that woman's face pressed firmly against my window, her eyes wide and desperate, staring straight into mine. I tried convincing myself it had been a trick of the light or my imagination running wild, but deep down, I knew it was real. I had seen her clearly. The next day, exhausted from lack of sleep and consumed by anxiety, I decided to investigate the building myself. I needed answers. The police had said the apartment was abandoned for years, but that didn't explain what I'd seen. Maybe they'd missed something. Maybe the woman was hiding or afraid, trapped somehow. The possibilities played in loops inside my head, making it impossible to think clearly. Outside, the weather had shifted. Dark clouds gathered, turning daylight into a dreary gray, casting everything in muted shadows. The neighborhood felt deserted, emptier than usual. A cool wind rustled through the trees as I walked across the street, heading straight toward the old brick building. Its windows stared down at me, dark and uninviting. The front door was unlocked, swinging open easily with a creak as I pushed it. Inside, the hallway was dim, coated in a thin layer of dust and neglect. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls, and the carpet beneath my feet felt damp. Clearly, no one had lived here in years. The police had been right about that, at least. Slowly, quietly, I moved down the hall toward the stairs, glancing at the rows of doors lining each side. Apartment numbers hung crookedly, some missing altogether. The air smelled musty, heavy with mold and decay, making my stomach twist uneasily. I climbed the staircase cautiously, gripping the rail as my heart raced faster with each step. The stairs groaned beneath me, echoing softly through the empty building. On the second floor, I paused, looking down another hallway identical to the first, dark, abandoned, untouched by anyone in years. Finally, I reached the apartment directly across from mine, number 207. The door hung slightly ajar, as if welcoming me inside. My pulse quickened even more. Had the police left it open last night, or had someone else been here? I pushed the door wider, stepping slowly into the apartment. It felt immediately wrong, colder than the hallway, silent and heavy. My footsteps echoed softly against bare floors as I moved forward. Furniture remained scattered around the room, covered in dusty white sheets that billowed gently from the breeze entering through a cracked window. Moving deeper into the apartment, I approached the window facing my own home. I stood exactly where I'd seen the woman night after night. The view across the street into my apartment was shockingly clear. I saw my own living room perfectly, the couch where I'd sat reading, the kitchen beyond, even my television. A chill crept up my spine as I realized someone standing here could easily observe everything I did without being noticed. But there was no sign anyone had stood here recently. No footprints disturbed the thick dust on the floor. No handprints smudged the dirty window pane. Nothing suggested that someone had recently stood here for hours watching me, yet I was certain she had. I turned slowly, glancing around the room again, searching for anything that might offer answers. Near the far wall stood a large mirror, covered in grime, partially obscured by an old bedsheet draped across it. Curious, I walked closer, pulling back the sheet carefully. My reflection stared back at me, pale and anxious, distorted slightly by years of dust. Suddenly, movement caught my eye in the mirror, a brief flash, a shadow darting behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but nothing was there. The room remained still, silent, empty. Unease settled deeper into my bones. Had I imagined it? Or was someone else here, hiding? "Hello?" I called out cautiously, my voice sounding thin and uncertain. No answer, camionly silence that seemed to mock my growing panic. Then, unmistakably, I heard it. Soft footsteps, moving quickly down the hallway just outside the apartment. Someone was here. Without thinking, I rushed toward the sound, desperate to confront whoever had been watching me. I stepped into the hall, glancing both ways. At the far end, near the stairs, stood a figure, a woman, dressed exactly as I'd seen before. She was facing away from me, long dark hair hanging down her back, gray sweater loose on her shoulders. My breath caught in my throat. "Wait," I shouted, voice trembling. "Who are you? Why are you watching me?" The figure didn't move or speak. Instead, slowly, she turned her head to the side, just enough for me to glimpse her profilepale skin, hollow eyes, lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to speak but couldn't. Then, without another word, she moved swiftly toward the stairs, disappearing from sight. Adrenaline surged through me as I chased after her. "Wait, please." I raced down the stairs, hearing her footsteps echoing below me. When I reached the ground floor, I saw the front door swinging open into the gray afternoon. Rushing outside, I looked frantically up and down the empty street, breathing heavily. She was gone, vanished completely. Confusion and frustration filled me as I stood there, alone, staring at the silent neighborhood around me. Who was she? Why did she run from me? The questions multiplied, unanswered, and relentless. As I turned back toward my apartment, my phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. An unknown number appeared on the screen. Hesitantly, I answered, bringing the phone slowly to my ear. "Hello?" Silence greeted me at first, followed by faint, ragged breathing. Then a voice, barely a whisper, spoke softly. "You shouldn't have followed me." My blood ran cold. "Who is this? What do you want from me?" "You weren't supposed to see me," the voice continued, quiet and sad. "Now he knows. Now he sees you too." The line disconnected abruptly, leaving only silence. I stood frozen, heart hammering painfully, unable to process what I'd just heard. Who was he, and what had I done by following her? I looked up at my apartment window, suddenly aware of how exposed I was standing in the street. I hurried back inside, locking my door securely behind me. But even as I checked and rechecked every lock, I knew it wouldn't matter. Someone was watching me, someone I couldn't see, someone who now knew I'd crossed a line. As evening came again, I sat alone, curtains drawn tightly, listening to the silence around me. But now the quiet felt different, it felt dangerous. Because somehow, I knew that whoever I'd disturbed in that abandoned building was still watching, hidden from view, waiting patiently to reveal themselves again. I didn't sleep that night, too afraid to close my eyes even for a moment. The stranger's words kept echoing in my mind. Now he knows. Now he sees you too. Who was she talking about? Who had I alerted by following her into that abandoned building? Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside made me jump, certain someone was lurking just out of sight. The following morning, desperate for answers and feeling increasingly unsafe, I went straight to the police station. I told them everything, explaining the woman's bizarre calls and the disturbing encounters. They listened politely, but I could see doubt in their eyes. My story sounded like paranoia in an abandoned building, mysterious figures, threatening whispers, but I knew what I had experienced was real. After taking my statement, the officer gently suggested I get some rest and consider staying somewhere else for a few nights. As I left the station, frustration gnawed at me. It felt like no one believed me. But how could they? Even I struggled to make sense of what was happening. On my way home, I passed the empty building again. I stopped, staring up at the dark windows, feeling its presence looming silently over the street. My heart raced, just looking at it. Yet something pulled me closer. A desperate need to confront whatever haunted me. If no one else would help, I had to do it myself. Determined, I walked up the front steps and pushed open the heavy door. Inside, the hallway greeted me with its familiar darkness. I moved carefully, quietly, eyes adjusting slowly to the dimness. It was colder now, as if the building rejected my presence. Still, I kept moving, slowly climbing toward the apartment I'd visited before. As I stepped into apartment 207, everything felt different. The air seemed heavier, thick with tension. The sheets covering the furniture now appeared disturbed, shifted slightly from where they'd been before. My breath quickened. Someone had been here after me. Slowly, I moved toward the mirror again, where I'd seen the fleeting shadow yesterday. This time, as I approached, my reflection appeared distorted, warped by some unseen imperfection beneath the glass. I reached out hesitantly, touching the mirror's surface. To my shock, it shifted slightly under my fingers. Confused, I pressed harder. With a quiet click, the mirror swung inward, revealing a narrow doorway hidden behind it. My pulse raced. There was a secret passage inside the walls. Peering into the darkness beyond, I hesitated. Everything in me screamed to leave, to run away and never come back. But curiosity and the desperate need for answers propelled me forward. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the hidden opening into the tight passageway. The corridor was cramped and pitch dark, running along the inner walls of the building. Carefully, I moved forward, guiding myself along the rough, dusty walls. My heart pounded in my chest. Each step echoed faintly around me, creating a sense of disorientation. After several tense minutes, I noticed a faint glow ahead, a dim light filtering through another hidden panel. I approached quietly, pressing gently on the panel. It slid open easily, revealing a small, dimly lit room. My eyes widened in shock. Photographs covered every inch of the walls, hundreds of pictures carefully pinned in place. My stomach churned as I moved closer, realizing each image captured a clear view into apartments across the street, including mine. The pictures documented weeks of my life, me cooking dinner, reading on my couch, even sleeping. It was invasive, chilling, and deeply disturbing. A small desk sat against one wall, scattered with notes, handwritten dates, observations of my movements, routines of very detail meticulously recorded. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, quiet but unmistakable. I spun around, heart hammering painfully. Standing in the doorway was the woman I'd seen so many times, her face pale and frightened. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered urgently, stepping inside and closing the panel behind her. "He'll come back soon." "Who is he?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What's going on here? Why are you watching me?" "I'm not the one watching," she replied nervously. "It's him, me husband. He's been watching you, watching everyone. It started with me. He controlled everything, who I talked to, where I went. Eventually, he wouldn't let me leave at all. I found this passage, this room. I thought I could hide here, find a way out. But then he found it too, started using it for his obsessions." "Where is he now?" I asked, feeling panic rise again. "I don't know," she admitted, eyes wide with fear. "But he'll come back. He always does. You need to leave right now." Before either of us could move, the hidden panel slid open sharply. A man stood there, blocking the exit. His face was calm, emotionless, but his eyes burned with barely controlled anger. "You brought someone here?" he asked softly, addressing his wife without looking away from me. "You exposed us?" "Please," she whispered, backing away. "Don't hurt anyone, just let us go." He stepped further into the room, his eyes never leaving mine. "No one leaves," he said quietly. "This is my sanctuary. You can't ruin it." Instinct took over. Before he could move closer, I lunged toward him, knocking him off balance. The woman rushed past, escaping through the open panel. He reached out, grabbing my arm tightly, his grip strong and painful. We struggled briefly before I broke free, stumbling backward. He lunged again, but this time, voices echoed from outside loud, authoritative voices calling my name. The police had come. Realizing he was trapped, the man's expression darkened. He turned sharply, disappearing into the dark passageway behind the walls. I ran from the hidden room, emerging breathlessly into the abandoned apartment as officers rushed toward me. I quickly explained what happened, leading them to the hidden panel. They moved swiftly, searching the narrow corridor, while another officer escorted me outside into fresh air. Relief flooded me as I saw the woman standing safely with other officers, shaken but unharmed. Hours later, the police emerged from the building, leading the man out in handcuffs. His face was blank, resigned. Detective Martin approached me gently, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "It's over now," he said quietly. "He's not going to hurt anyone else." Days passed slowly after the arrest. The neighborhood gradually returned to normal, although whispers lingered. The building across the street stood empty again, now truly abandoned, windows dark and lifeless. Eventually, I moved to a new place, unable to stay with the memories of being watched so closely. But I kept in touch with the woman whose name was Sarah, visiting her occasionally. We found comfort in knowing we'd both survived, each trying to rebuild lives that had nearly been shattered by obsession. The nightmares faded gradually, the memories losing their sharpness. Life slowly returned to something approaching normal, although I was never quite the same. But now, at least, when I looked out a window, I no longer felt someone staring back. The shadows had lifted, replaced with cautious peace. Finally, I was safe, and the woman in the window was gone forever. I wouldn't have noticed them if they hadn't liked every single one of my posts. It started like any other notification. I was in bed, scrolling through Instagram before going to sleep, mindlessly double-tapping pictures of dogs and vacation spots I'd never afford. Then, a little red heart popped up at the bottom of my screen. "At ever watching, followed you." Weird username, but whatever. Probably a bot. I almost ignored it, but then more notifications flooded in. "At ever watching, liked your post." "At ever watching, liked your post." "At ever watching, liked your post." It kept going, every post. Not just the recent ones. They were liking everything. Old selfies, food pictures from 5 years ago, random sunsets, even cringy posts from when I first made my account in college. I sat up, suddenly uneasy. No one did that. Even the most obsessive followers only liked a handful of photos before moving on. This was different. I clicked on their profile. No posts, no profile picture, no bio. Just one thing. Following one. Me. A slow, uneasy chill crawled up my spine. I locked my phone and tossed it onto the nightstand. It was just some weirdo with too much time on their hands. Not a big deal. But as I lay there, trying to sleep, my brain kept going back to it. Why me? The next morning, I checked my phone. My stomach dropped. My notifications were full again, but this time it wasn't just likes. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I hesitated before clicking on it. The image loaded. My heart stuttered. It was a picture of me. Not a new one. Not something I'd posted recently. It was an old family vacation photo from when I was maybe 10 years old. I was standing on a beach wearing a bright yellow swimsuit, grinning with a gap-toothed smile. I had never posted this picture. I had never even scanned this picture. My hands went cold as I stared at the screen. No caption, no comments, just me. I clicked back to their profile. The post count had gone from 0 to 1 overnight. I felt sick. I clicked the 3 dots in the corner and hit block. A little pop-up appeared. User not found. I blinked. What? I went back to my followers list, but they weren't there anymore. Their profile had vanished. I stared at my phone, my heart pounding. What the hell had just happened? Had they deleted their account? It didn't make sense. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was some weird glitch. But as I got ready for work, the uneasy feeling in my stomach didn't go away. By lunchtime, I had almost convinced myself I imagined it. Then, another notification popped up. At Ever Watching followed you. I stopped cold. I clicked their profile. No posts, no profile picture, no bio. Just one person followed. Me. I locked my phone, my pulse racing. I wasn't imagining this. They were messing with me. I tried to ignore it for the rest of the day. I told myself I didn't care, that it was just some troll. But when I got home that night, another notification came through. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I stared at it for a long time before opening it. It was another picture of me, this time from my high school graduation. I was standing with my parents, holding my diploma, wearing a cheap navy blue cap and gown. I had never posted this picture either. My breath hitched. Someone had access to my personal photos. My mind scrambled for an explanation. My social media was private. My old Facebook had been wiped years ago. My parents weren't even on Instagram. How the hell were they getting these? My hands trembled as I hit block again. User not found. I closed the app and opened my camera roll. The picture wasn't there. That didn't make sense. It should have been in one of my old albums. But it wasn't. I searched through my email, old cloud backups, even text messages from my parents. Nothing. I had no digital copy of that picture anywhere. So where had they gotten it? My stomach twisted as a horrible thought crossed my mind. Had they been inside my house? I forced a laugh at my own paranoia. Number that was ridiculous. They were probably just someone from my pasta high school classmate, an old acquaintance, someone who had access to my family's old photos. It had to be that. It had to be. But still, I checked my door lock twice before going to bed. That night, I dreamt about scrolling. Endless scrolling through pictures of myself. Some I recognized, others I had no memory of. And at the bottom of the feed, one last image. A picture of me sleeping. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I grabbed it, my hands shaking. A new At Ever Watching posted a new photo. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to open it. I had to open it. The image loaded. I stopped breathing. It was a picture of me, taken from outside my bedroom window. I was asleep, curled up in bed, the soft glow of my bedside lamp barely illuminating my face. The angle was too perfect, like someone had been standing in my backyard. My vision blurred, my heartbeat thundered in my ears. I shot out of bed and ran to the window. My breath came in ragged gasps as I yanked open the curtain. Darkness. The street was quiet, the backyard empty. But I felt it. I felt someone watching me. My phone buzzed again. I turned, my stomach lurching. Another notification. At ever watching is typing. I dropped my phone. I didn't want to see what they were about to say. I just wanted them to be gone. I stared at my phone, my pulse pounding so hard it hurt. At ever watching is typing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My fingers hovered over the screen, my whole body locked up, waiting for whatever message was coming. Then, just like that, it stopped. No message. No notification. Nothing. I waited, gripping the phone so tight my knuckles ached. The screen stayed blank. I felt a cold, crawling sensation spread through my chest. Had they changed their mind? Had they realized I was watching? I turned back toward the window, heart hammering. The backyard was still empty. The street was still quiet. But I felt it. I wasn't alone. I backed away, yanking the curtain shut so hard the fabric bunched up. My breathing was uneven, my hands shaking as I opened the Instagram app. User not found. They were gone. Again. I let out a shaky breath, my head spinning. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just some troll. Who the hell had taken that picture? I swallowed hard, trying to think. I had to be rational. I had to be smart. Maybe my account had been hacked. That would explain the old pictures. Maybe someone had gotten into an old email account, found my private photos, and was messing with me. But that still didn't explain the picture of me sleeping. I needed proof. I opened my settings and checked my account security. No new logins, no suspicious activity. Then I opened my camera roll. The picture wasn't there. I knew it wouldn't be. But I checked anyway. I went through every folder, every album, even my cloud backup. Nothing. It was like the picture had never existed except that it did. Because I had just seen it. My fingers felt numb as I typed out a message to my best friend, Maddie. Me, hey, are you awake? She answered almost immediately. Maddie, yeah, what's up? I hesitated. I didn't even know how to start. Me, I think someone's messing with me. Maddie, what do you mean? Like a scammer? Me, number, it's on Instagram. This account keeps following me, posting pictures of me that I've never posted. I waited, my foot tapping anxiously against the hardwood floor. Maddie, wait, what? Like private pictures? Me, yes. And one of them, it's of me sleeping, taken from outside my window. The typing bubble appeared, then disappeared. Then, Maddie, call me, now. I didn't hesitate. She picked up on the first ring. Okay, start from the beginning. I took a deep breath and explained everything. The account, the old photos, the likes, the way they kept disappearing every time I tried to block them. When I got to the last part, the picture from outside my window, Maddie let out a slow breath. That's not normal, she said. That's not a hacker. That's someone who knows you. The words made my skin crawl. Are you sure it's not an old Facebook album or something? She asked. Maybe your mom uploaded those pictures and this person found them. I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. Number I checked. Those pictures aren't online anywhere, and even if they were, it doesn't explain the last one. Maddie was quiet for a moment. Okay, she said finally. You need to call the cops. I let out a dry laugh. And tell them what? That an Instagram account is following me? Tell them someone took a picture of you sleeping, she snapped. That's stalking, that's serious. I ran a hand through my hair, pacing the room. Okay, I said. I'll call them. Promise me. I promise. But when we hung up, I just stood there, staring at my phone. Something inside me was screaming that this was bigger than just a stalker, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the truth. I didn't sleep. I kept my phone in my hand, staring at the screen, waiting for another notification, but nothing came. No new follows, no messages. At 4 a.m, I finally gave up and got into bed, keeping the lamp on. I lay there for a long time, my eyes burning from exhaustion. Every time I closed them, I saw that picture. The angle, the way my face was barely illuminated by the soft glow of my lamp. It was too perfect. Like whoever took it had been watching for a long time, waiting for the right moment. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, curling into myself. I was being paranoid. Right? I woke up to my phone buzzing. I jolted upright, heart racing. A new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. My hands trembled as I clicked it. The picture loaded. It was of my front door. The time stamp, 3 a.m. I clamped a hand over my mouth, bile rising in my throat. I grabbed my phone and called Maddie. She picked up instantly. What happened? I couldn't even speak at first. My throat was too tight. Then finally, I choked out. They were here. Maddie's breath hitched. What? I sent her the screenshot. They took a picture of my door last night while I was asleep. There was silence on the other end. Then her voice, low and serious. You're not at your place, are you? I hesitated. Pack a bag, she said. Come, stay with me. I didn't argue. I threw clothes into a duffel, grabbed my keys and left. I didn't check the windows. I didn't check my phone. I just left. But as I drove to Maddie's apartment, one thought kept circling in my mind. If they had been outside my door, had they ever been inside? I didn't want to find out, but I knew deep down that this wasn't over. Not even close. Maddie didn't even wait for me to knock. She opened the door the second I reached her apartment. "Jesus," she muttered, pulling me inside and locking the door behind me. "You look like hell." I didn't sleep, I admitted. I kept waiting for another notification. She led me to the couch, shoving a blanket at me like that would somehow fix everything. I curled up, gripping my phone so tight my knuckles hurt. "I don't get it," I whispered. "I blocked them. Twice. How are they still finding me?" Maddie sat down across from me, chewing on her lip. "I don't know. But if they're taking pictures outside your place, that's stalking. We need to go to the cops." I exhaled through my nose. "And say what?" "Hi, someone on Instagram is posting pictures of me, but they have no profile picture, no followers, and no account history, and they keep deleting themselves before I can block them." Maddie gave me a look. "Number, you tell them someone is taking pictures of you in your sleep." I stared at the floor. I knew she was right, but something in me resisted the idea. Because this didn't feel like a normal stalker. I'd had creepy DMs before, weird messages from guys who didn't understand boundaries, but this wasn't that. This was something else. Maddie sighed. "Okay, look, we'll go to the police first thing in the morning, but tonight you stay here. I'll sleep in the living room with you." I nodded weakly, feeling the exhaustion settle into my bones. For the first time in days, I actually felt safe. That lasted until 3 o'clock. I woke up suddenly, my skin ice cold. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard it. A buzz. My phone. I grabbed it, my stomach twisting. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I sat up so fast the blanket slid off me. My hands were shaking as I opened the notification. The picture loaded. It wasn't of my front door this time. It was of Maddie's front door. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my ears. The timestamp was from 2 minutes ago. They were here. I reached over and shook Maddie hard. "Wake up." She groaned. "What?" I shoved the phone in her face. "Look." She blinked at the screen, still half asleep. Then her face changed. She sat up instantly. "Oh, hell no." We both turned to look at the front door. It was locked. The chain was still in place. Everything looked fine. But someone had been right outside. I got up, my body moving on autopilot. I crept toward the peephole, barely breathing. I hesitated before looking through it. Empty. No one was there. I turned back to Maddie. "We need to call the cops." She was already dialing. 20 minutes later, a police officer knocked on the door. Officer Grant. Of course it was him. He took one look at me and sighed. "Another Instagram post?" I nodded, shoving my phone at him. He scrolled through the pictures, his brow furrowing. "This isn't a prank," I said before he could speak. "They're following me." He glanced at Maddie's front door, then back at me. "And you're sure you don't recognize the username?" I clenched my jaw. "Number, and I know what you're going to say it. It's probably someone from your past, but I checked. There's no trace of these photos anywhere online. Not on old accounts, not on Facebook, not even in my family's emails." He didn't look convinced. I exhaled, trying to steady myself. "Can you check the security cameras in the building?" Grant glanced at Maddie, then nodded. "Yeah, let me talk to your landlord." We waited, barely speaking. My foot tapped anxiously against the carpet, my stomach twisting itself in knots. Maddie sat next to me, arms crossed. "If the footage doesn't show anyone, I'm going to lose my mind." I didn't respond, because deep down I already knew what we were going to see. 30 minutes later, Grant was back. His expression told me everything. I swallowed hard. No one was there, was there? He shook his head. "I watched the footage from the last 2 hours. No one approached your door. No one stood outside your apartment." Maddie cursed under her breath. I felt lightheaded. "That's not possible. The post went up at 2:58. They had to be there." Grant exhaled through his nose. "Look, I'm not saying you're making this up, but if someone was standing at the door, we'd see them on the camera." I shook my head. "Then explain how they got that picture." He didn't have an answer. Maddie stood up, running a hand through her hair. "Okay, so what now? You're telling me a person wasn't here, but a picture was taken?" Grant rubbed his jaw, his frustration barely hidden. "I don't know. Maybe someone doctored it. Maybe it's an old photo, and they're messing with the timestamps." I let out a sharp, humorless laugh. "They posted a picture of me sleeping. When did they doctor that?" Silence. Grant sighed. "I'll file a report, but unless we have actual evidence of a crime, there's not much else we can do." Maddie threw her hands up. "So what? She's just supposed to live like this." I tuned them out. Something about this felt wrong. Not just the posts, not just the photos. The way the police kept finding nothing. The way the account kept deleting itself before I could block it. The way no one ever saw them. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the cold feeling that had settled deep in my bones. Grant handed me a card. "Call if anything escalates." I didn't even take it, because I knew, deep down, that it wasn't going to help. This wasn't just a stalker. This wasn't just some hacker messing with me. This was something else. And I didn't think the cops could stop it. That night, Maddie forced me to stay at her place again. She set up a makeshift bed on the couch, double-checked the locks, and sat up with me until exhaustion finally won. I didn't dream. I didn't wake up gasping for air. I just woke up. And the first thing I saw was my phone screen. Lit up, waiting. A new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I grabbed it, already feeling sick. The picture loaded. It was a screenshot. A screenshot of me and Maddie, sitting on the couch, from inside the apartment. I dropped the phone. My stomach flipped. My hands went numb. Maddie picked it up, her face draining of color. She turned, looking around the apartment like she expected someone to be standing there. "Check the front door," she whispered. I didn't move. I already knew no one was there, because they didn't need to come inside. They were already watching. I didn't move. I couldn't. Maddie was still holding my phone, staring at the screen like she was expecting the picture to change, like it would suddenly make sense if she just looked at it long enough. But it wouldn't. Because the photo was real. Because someone had taken it. And we hadn't heard a single sound. The only thing I could hear now was my own breathing, shallow and uneven. Maddie finally tore her eyes away from the phone and looked at me. "This isn't possible," she whispered. I wanted to laugh, but the sound got caught in my throat. I wanted to say, "I know." Instead, I just sat there, staring at the walls, at the door, at the windows. They were locked. Everything was locked. So how? I forced myself to move. My hands were shaking as I took my phone back and scrolled through the post again. No caption, no comments, just us, sitting in the exact spots we were still in. I checked the timestamp. 3:00 a.m. Of course. Maddie swallowed. "We need to leave. Right now." I didn't argue. I grabbed my keys and my bag with the few things I had packed, and we were out the door in less than 2 minutes. We barely spoke as we got into her car, the doors slamming shut in sync. It wasn't until we pulled out onto the street that I let myself breathe again. Maddie's hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles had gone white. I stared out the window, watching as her apartment disappeared behind us. I had never felt so relieved to leave a place before. But even as we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't actually leaving. Because wherever we went, I knew they would still be watching. Maddie pulled into an all-night diner on the other side of town. She didn't even ask if I was hungry. She just parked, shut off the engine, and turned to me. "Okay," she said. "We need to figure this out." I just nodded. I didn't even know where to start. Maddie ran a hand through her hair, exhaling hard. "So let's go over what we know. This account, whoever they are, has access to pictures of you that shouldn't exist online." "Right. And they're able to take new pictures without ever being seen." "Yeah." She hesitated. "And now they're inside." The word "inside" made my stomach flip. I rubbed my arms, trying to stop the shivering. The diner was warm, but I couldn't shake the cold feeling. Maddie pulled out her phone and started scrolling. "There has to be something we can do. Maybe track the IP address, or..." I already knew where this was going. "It won't work," I said. She frowned. "You don't know that." "I do," I said quietly, "because this isn't normal." Maddie stared at me. For a second, I thought she was going to argue, but then she just sighed and put her phone down. I don't think either of us wanted to say it. That this wasn't just some stalker. That this wasn't just someone messing with me. That this was something else. I exhaled shakily. If we can't stop them, then what do we do? Maddie leaned back against the booth, staring at the ceiling like the answer was written up there. I don't know, she admitted, but we have to do something. I nodded, because I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't keep living like this. We stayed at the diner until sunrise. Neither of us wanted to go back to her apartment. Instead, we booked a cheap hotel room across town, one of those places with dim yellow lighting and sheets that smelled like they had been washed too many times. It didn't feel safe, but at least it wasn't home. Maddie passed out almost immediately, curled up under the thin blankets, her breathing deep and steady. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. My phone sat on the nightstand. I was too afraid to touch it, too afraid to check. I kept waiting for the buzz, for another notification, but it never came. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt watched. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, Maddie was shaking me awake. "Check your phone," she said. My heart dropped. I grabbed it with numb fingers, my breath catching in my throat. One new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I clicked it, and the world tilted. It was a picture of us, in the hotel room, taken from the foot of the bed. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking violently. Maddie picked it up, her face going pale. I scrambled out of bed, flipping on the lights. The room was empty. The door was still locked. The windows were shut. But someone had been inside. Maddie's voice was barely above a whisper. "We have to leave." I nodded. We didn't even pack our things. We just ran. I don't remember much after that. I don't remember where we drove. I just remember not stopping until the sun was high in the sky. When we finally pulled over at another hotel miles away, in another town entirely, I felt like my whole body was about to collapse. Maddie sat in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, staring straight ahead. She hadn't spoken since we left. Neither had I. Because we both knew this wasn't over. Not even close. And the worst part, I wasn't sure if it ever would be. Addie and I sat in the car for a long time, parked in front of the motel. Neither of us spoke. We hadn't since we left the last place. I was gripping my phone, afraid to check, afraid of another notification, afraid to see another picture proving that no matter how far we ran, they were always ahead of us. But nothing came. For the first time in days, my notifications were empty. No follows, no likes, no new photos. That should have been a relief. Instead, it felt worse. Maddie finally exhaled, rubbing a hand over her face. "Okay," she said, voice hoarse from exhaustion. "We need a plan." I nodded, staring out at the empty parking lot. "Yeah." Silence stretched between us. Neither of us had anything to offer. Because deep down, We both knew the truth. We didn't have a plan. We were just running. And no matter where we went, they would find us. Maddie straightened suddenly. Wait. I turned to her. Your first post, she said. The first one they uploaded. What was it? My stomach twisted. A childhood photo. A family vacation. Okay. And then the graduation picture. I nodded slowly. Right. She grabbed her phone and started typing something. And then it escalated. Your front door, then the one at my place, then the hotel. I shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, why? She turned the screen toward me. I blinked. It was an old article, a missing persons case. A girl. She looked around my age. Dark hair, round face, a familiar gap between her two front teeth. My stomach dropped. Maddie scrolled down. The details were sparse. Disappeared at 8 years old. Never found. I looked at her. What is this? Maddie hesitated. The username, ever watching. It felt specific, like they were waiting for something. I didn't like where this was going. She exhaled sharply. I searched missing kids from our area. This was the first one I found. I shook my head. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't it? I clenched my jaw. Number it doesn't. Maddie sighed, but she didn't argue. We checked into the motel. It smelled like cigarettes and bleach. The wallpaper was peeling at the edges, the kind of place people disappeared from. Maddie took first watch. She sat by the window, peeking through the curtains. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember waking up. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. My heart seized. I grabbed it, hands cold and numb. One notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I didn't want to open it. I had to open it. The picture loaded. It wasn't of a door. It wasn't of a window. It was of a mirror. A bathroom mirror. And in the reflection, I saw myself, standing behind me, in the dark, watching. I screamed. Maddie jolted awake, knocking over the chair. What? What happened? I couldn't breathe. My body felt frozen, like if I turned around, I'd see her. The version of me from the photo. I shoved the phone at Maddie. Her face drained of color. She bolted up, ran to the bathroom, and ripped open the door. Empty. Nothing. Just a tiny, cracked mirror above the sink. I shook violently, gripping the bedspread. This isn't real, I whispered. Maddie turned to me, eyes wide. She didn't say anything, because she didn't have to. We both knew. This was real, and I didn't know how to stop it. By morning we were done. We left the motel without looking back. I turned off my phone, deleted my social media, everything. I wanted it gone. Maddie drove in silence. We didn't have a destination. We just drove. I stared out the window, watching trees blur past. I felt hollow, like part of me had been taken, like part of me was still watching. 3 months later, I got a new phone. New number, new accounts. I didn't tell anyone. Not even Maddie. I didn't post, didn't interact, didn't give anyone a reason to find me. And for a while, nothing happened. I almost believed it was over. Then last night, my phone buzzed. I froze. My heart stopped. A new notification. A friend request. From a username I didn't recognize. But I knew who it was. I didn't check. I didn't look. I just stared at my reflection in the black screen of my phone. Because deep down, I already knew what I would see. I knew it wasn't over. Because she was still there. Still watching. Waiting for me to let her in. I love my job. I've been here for 5 years, and I truly believe the work I do makes a difference in the community. Feeling like my time matters keeps me motivated. My organization isn't huge, but we have multiple locations. Until recently, I worked on the 6th floor of a downtown building we leased. From my office window, I could see the state government building across the street, rows of people at their desks, living their lives, just like me. The company had been dealing with budget cuts, though, and most of my coworkers were being transferred to our main office outside of town. The building itself had changed hands a few months ago, and as leases expired, entire floors emptied out. The layout of my floor was a large U-shape, with offices along the outer edges and a conference room and break room in the center. The elevators and bathrooms sat at the bend of the U. Most of the remaining staff worked on the opposite side, at least. They had before they were relocated. Now most days I was completely alone. At first, I enjoyed the silence. I could blast my music, work without distractions, and actually be productive. Then things started happening. And now, I don't want to go back. 3 days ago, I heard whistling. A soft, clear tune coming from the far end of the hallway. I thought someone must have come in without signing the digital check-in tablet, but when I stepped outside my office, the hallway was empty. The lights flickered. The air shifted, like when you walk into a room where people were just talking about you. That thick, charged silence, waiting for you to react. I grabbed my bag and left early. That night, I texted a coworker who had already been transferred to the main office. He responded immediately, confused. He said he hadn't been relocated yet. I asked what he meant, but he never replied. The next morning, I called another colleague from my floor. His phone rang down the hall. It rang until someone or something picked up. I heard the call connect, but there was no voice, no sound. Nothing. My stomach twisted. Had I misunderstood? Maybe my coworkers weren't at the new office. Maybe they were just working from home. But that feeling didn't go away. It felt like I was missing something. Later that afternoon, the whistling returned. This time, it was closer. I sat at my desk, frozen, listening as it moved not randomly, but deliberately, like someone was pacing. Then my office door creaked open. I hadn't touched it. The air inside my office felt different, charged like the moment before a thunderstorm. That's when I saw him. The man in the government building across the street. He stood at his window, hands pressed against the glass. His face was pale, eyes wide with fear. At first, I thought he was staring at me. Then he lifted a hand and pointed. Not at my office. Behind me. I spun around, heart hammering. Nothing. When I turned back, the man was gone. I grabbed my things and left without looking back. This morning, I told myself I had imagined everything, that nothing strange had happened, that it was just stress. But when I arrived, the parking lot was empty. Fresh snow coated the ground, untouched by footprints or tire tracks. I tried calling building security. The line was disconnected. I took the stairs to the main lobby. Empty. No receptionist, no guards, no one. When I returned to my floor, my office door was wide open. Papers were scattered across my desk. The computer screen flickered, then shut off. And then, the whistling came again. But this time, it wasn't slow or lazy. It was moving, fast, running, toward me. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. The hallway lights buzzed and popped, plunging the floor into half-darkness. I grabbed my bag and ran for the elevator. The whistling grew louder. I couldn't see where it was coming from, but I felt it. Something was inches behind me. The elevator doors slid open. I threw myself inside, jamming the ground floor button. The whistling stopped right outside the doors. And then, a shadow moved. For a split second it was there. A hand. Reaching. Trying to stop the doors from closing. They slammed shut just before it could. I didn't breathe again until I was outside. I drove straight to the main office, barely able to keep my hands steady on the wheel. The sight of pepactual, real people going about their day nearly broke me. I ran inside straight to HR. They blinked at me when I asked about my team. There was no record of them transferring. No one knew where they were. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I texted with someone a few days ago." They checked again. "There's nothing here. No transfers. No relocation orders." As far as the company knew, my team was still working on the 6th floor. Except they weren't. They hadn't been there for days. And no one seemed to care. My boss barely glanced up from his meeting when I showed up. HR was more concerned with budget cuts than missing employees. But they still weren't ready for me at the main building. They told me to go back tomorrow. Like everything was fine. Like I hadn't just escaped from something I can't explain. I don't want to go back. I don't know who or what has been whistling in that building. I just know one thing. Tomorrow, I might not make it out again.